and welcome everyone to round 5 of the Qatar Masters 2023. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I'm joined by Grandmaster Yoon Ludwig Hammer. Hammer, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm intrigued by today's matchup. Another kid, which has become pretty normal in this tournament. But this kid is no ordinary kid. This is already a champion, Sindarov of Uzbekistan. The Uzbeki team, very surprisingly, managed to win the Chess Olympiad, which is like a world team championship, last year already, with just lots of junior players. So Uzbekistan, they got something going on. And it's going to be interesting to see Hikaru's approach.
Exactly, and we see Hikaru once again defending himself with the Sicilian. So let's go back. So e4 by Sindarov, c5 by Hikaru, making his intentions very clear that he wants to get a combative game. Sindarov goes knight to f3, and Hikaru once again plays knight to c6. Now, we saw in round number 3 that Sindarov's countryman, Vohidov, played the move bishop b5, the Rossolimo. But Sindarov has different intentions. He plays the move knight to c3, keeping his options open. And Hikaru plays the move g6. And with the move g6, he is inviting the accelerated dragon. And Sindarov goes into it. He plays the move d4. Hikaru takes. Sindarov recaptures. Now bishop g7, developing the bishop and attacking the knight. We see bishop e3 by Sindarov. And after Hikaru's move knight to f6, Sindarov has stopped to think. Hammer, how do you think he's going to proceed here?
I'm really not sure. If I'm entirely honest with you, Benjamin, I thought the accelerated dragon, the opening Hikaru has chosen today, I thought that had a bit of a bad reputation. I thought people were not happy with it, and hence it hadn't really been played for, the last decade at least. So, I mean, is this Hikaru having made a new discovery within the accelerated dragon, or is he just trying to surprise his opponent?
I feel like the main reason why the accelerated dragon has not been played so much in recent years at the top level is because of the Maraxi bind. But if we go back real quick to move number 3, oh, and there we have bishop c4 by Sindarov. Sindarov puts his knight on c3, but the critical continuation of the accelerated dragon, let's say we go d4, black takes, white recaptures, and let's say black goes g6 here. Given the fact that white has not played knight c3 yet, white can play the move c4, which is considered to be the critical continuation against the accelerated dragon, creating a lot of control in the center. But again, Sindarov already puts his knight on c3 in move 3, and Hikaru plays g6 then. So he is depriving Sindarov of that option.
So do you think Hikaru placed the accelerated dragon against this knight c3 move, but he would have played a different opening if Sindarov had not put his knight in front of his pawn?
I think so, yeah. I think had Sindarov played d4, move 3, I think Hikaru would have played either the Sveshnikov or the Kalashnikov. Something along those lines.
Okay, so the fact that he developed both his knights is the reason Hikaru is going for this bishop out on the side. That's intriguing, because that means Hikaru essentially has to prepare 2 different openings, because in one of the openings he prepared, there were like this, like you said, Maraxi bind with the pawn getting involved, controlling the center, that he doesn't like. So he has one plan against that, and then a different plan when the knight. I just, maybe I'm a bit lazy, but it seems like a lot of work having to prepare 2 different openings within the same kind of Sicilian defense.
It is. It truly is. And that is also sometimes the difficult thing about getting a double-edged game, is that you have to also reckon with a lot of options from your opponent, right? It is much easier to play something like the Berlin defense, but then your opponent has a very easy option to just bail out and trade everything off. And we see that after a bit of a think, Hikaru has decided the castle. Now here, white has some options, but as far as I believe, I think the main move is bishop b3, and Sindarov plays that right away. And now Hikaru plays the move d6. Here, Sindarov can play the move f3 to try to go back into a normal dragon, followed by queen d2.
And what is the difference then between a normal dragon and an accelerated dragon?
So the difference is that usually white can wait with bishop to b3 until black has played bishop d7 and rook c8. So black can use that to his advantage to go bishop d7 here, and after queen d2, then trade on d4 followed by b5.
Sorry, I didn't follow that. So yeah, the bishop had to move back earlier than normal. Why did it have to move back?
Well, because here, if you go f3, black has the move queen to b6, which creates a lot of problems for white, as it attacks the pawn on b2. And let's say you go bishop e3 to defend that. Here, black has a nice little trick with knight takes e4. So that is why white plays bishop e3 on move 8 already.
So you sacrifice the knight in the center, but by doing that, you open up for the bishop against the knight in the center. And so if white recaptures, black takes the knight and won a pawn through those trades. And if this knight trades with the black knight, intending to after the recapture to take in the center, then we can just take the bishop with the queen.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep.
Okay. So we couldn't play f3, which is part of the normal dragon. So since we played the accelerated thing, so accelerated basically means that we play the dragon without playing the move d6. Is that the difference?
Exactly. That is the main difference. And that also allows black to sometimes strike with d7, d5 in one move. In case white does not, like let's say white does not go bishop to c4, and let's say white would have played f3, and after short castles goes queen d2. Here black can go d5 and gets a normal dragon up a full tempo.
Okay, so accelerated dragon. Why don't everyone play the accelerated dragon then? If it's so much better than the normal one, why doesn't everyone do it?
Well, it is in fact an opening I teach a lot on my stream and to my students, but again, the drawback is the Maraxi bind on move number 3.
So the only drawback, we kind of escaped already on move 3 when Sindarov moved his knight out.
Exactly. Yeah, and again, that is why I think Hikaru played the move g6. I think he would not have played the accelerated dragon had Sindarov played d4 move 3.
Okay. I feel like we're understanding it now. Though, here's my question then.
Mm-hmm.
After pawn to f3, like Hikaru, well, now it's looking like a normal dragon, right? So if Hikaru goes bishop d7, queen out, rook into the in towards the half open file, castles, this is normal, right?
Yep, this is a normal dragon, yeah, with a lot of theory. The one additional option black has, instead of rook c8, because normally you play rook c8 and you force bishop e3. Here, black can already trade on d4, and in case white recaptures, play b5 right here. That is an additional option you have in the accelerator, and a5 quickly, as you're pointing out.
Okay, but then explain to me, why is Hikaru playing queen a5?
Good question. I suppose that's his preparation, but let's try to get into the intricacies of this position. Let's say white goes queen d2. What do you think he has in mind there?
I think he's just going to go bishop d7 and rook c8, because, I mean, it's very logical getting your rook on the file of the board where there's none of black's own pawns to kind of block the rook's path. But in doing so, I mean, if you're going to go bishop d7, rook c8, I think you should have done that immediately. I don't get why we're putting our queen on this a5 square. So I guess to justify this queen move, the plan is probably different.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. I don't know either. I know some theory of the accelerated dragon, but I don't know all the ins and outs. So I expect to move queen e2 by Sindarov. Generally, the critical approach against the accelerated dragon is to go for queenside castles and an attack on the king side. Usually do that with h4, h5, and eventually also with g4. Going kingside castles is not very dangerous. So I do expect Sindarov, who's a pretty dangerous attacking player, to go for that plan.
And then what is Hikaru doing? I see the computer suggests knight takes knight, and then after recapture, go bishop to e6. This is kind of how we've seen Hikaru's opponents play against him. So Hikaru, 2 white games in a row, he played the Italian. And in both of those games, his opponent moved his bishop out, trying to trade with the opposing bishop, and being willing to get these doubled pawns in the center of the board. Is this one of those cases where the doubled pawns are good for black? Because to me, it looks as though normally in the Italian, we were praising this pawn structure for black in terms of opening up for the rook. But frankly, pawn protected by another pawn, I don't feel like the rook is actually getting that involved here, while also deteriorating the pawn structure.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. It does seem like black has a worse pawn structure here, but maybe according to the theory, this works out somehow. Maybe now black can try to generate some counterplay along the c file, like rook c8, maybe rook to c4, now that that square is available. And I suppose that the e6 pawn is somewhat weak, but how are you actually going to attack it, right? And perhaps black's counterplay along the c file compensates for the slight deficit in the pawn structure.
I think also my impression is that in these kind of dragon openings, control of the square d5 can be really, really important. And most of the time, black doesn't want to go pawn to e6 to control that square, because you always have then another pawn that becomes poorly protected on d6. So, okay, and we're getting some moves. Queen d2 was played, and Hikaru does indeed capture on d4. I'm expecting quite an immediate recapture with the bishop. And then he does go bishop e6. So clearly Hikaru's in his preparation, right? Because he played what the computer recommended. And he played it so quickly.
Exactly, yeah. He played it super quickly. So bishop e6 on the board. So let's see if Sindarov is going to take. He could also play queenside castles. Now, after queenside castles, black is the one that is able to take. And I think white is going to recapture with the c pawn. If you take with the a pawn, then I guess the check on a1, it doesn't lead to checkmate right away. But white is forced to go back with the knight. And then black can try to double up the rooks on a c file. And to me, that looks quite problematic. So I think Sindarov would recapture with the c pawn instead. And his king would still sit very safe on the b1 square.
So Sindarov is not, you said he was a big attacking player, but Sindarov is not charging forward with his pawn against Hikaru's king. Why is that?
I guess it will take him some time. I guess he needs a little bit of time to go h4, h5. Like we see here, he still needs to complete his own development. And the thing is, for Hikaru, even though he has some piece activity right now, he doesn't have the same pawn breaks. But I guess all of this is some sort of theory that Hikaru has checked. And Sindarov, probably he's looked at this at some point, but perhaps not this morning.
And you think that makes him nervous?
A little bit. Perhaps it will make Sindarov a little bit nervous. It's always annoying when you play someone that is blitzing out a lot of moves very quickly. And I guess that is why he stopped to think.
So if Sindarov wants to play it safe, considering he's playing Hikaru, and also, I mean, you showcased how the bishop could be recaptured by the c pawn, but I was always taught that if possible, you should capture in towards the middle of the board. So I guess my question is, if you want to play it safe here as white, can you castle to the king side? And then if a trade between the bishops happen, you're able to recapture in towards the middle while also opening up for your rook against the black queen.
Yeah, that looks great for white. So I think in case Sindarov goes kingside castles, it will probably not be a good idea for Hikaru to trade on b3, because as you pointed out, white's going to recapture with the a pawn, open up the a file for the rook, and then the a7 pawn is hanging as well. So I guess in case of kingside castles, Hikaru will probably move a rook to the c file. And Jon Ludwig, interesting fact right here, Sindarov had this position against Matlakov in the Dubai Open this year. And in that game, he also did not seem to be in his preparation. And eventually he settled on queenside castles after bishop to e6.
Wait, how do you know he wasn't in his preparation? Were you in Dubai? Did you see like his facial expressions?
Well, I looked the game up on Chess24, and he spent 10 minutes on the move queenside castles. So
wow, that's very advanced. You're checking games with timestamps?
Yeah, well, Chess24 does have the timestamps, which is great. But I remember them playing that game, so I looked it up real quick, and after queenside castles, Matlakov in fact played the move b5, and then Sindarov kind of built out with the move knight d5.
Wanting to get a trade of queens, but you're calling it bailed out because you think it was a bad decision?
I don't think it was necessarily a bad decision. I think it makes sense from a practical standpoint, in the sense that you're facing someone in their preparation. And with this move, you keep the game very controlled, very safe. And just to showcase how the game continued, Matlakov traded on d2, white recaptured with a rook, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes g7, king takes, rook takes d5, and we have a pretty equal endgame here that eventually ended in a draw. So let's see if Sindarov will go for something more combative today.
So based on the fact you're saying you already analyzed this game Sindarov played earlier this year, you already said that you often recommend this accelerated dragon to your students. I guess the big question is, having worked with Hikaru at the very least doing commentary for quite some time, is this opening something you discussed with the big man himself?
No. I'm only his commentator. I don't really talk, I don't really work on chess with him. But yeah, no, I did not analyze this opening with him. So I'm very curious to see what he's gonna come up with. And I think here's the thing. Like, I think Hikaru wants a combative game with the black pieces, but you can't always force that. If your opponent wants to play it very safe with white, it's very tough. It's very difficult to stop them from doing so. And but the fact that Sindarov has stopped to think tells me that I think there is, again, a good chance that he will do something safe like this.
Or castle kingside.
Right, castle and kingside certainly makes sense as well.
But once again, he's spending 10 minutes on the same position he spent 10 minutes earlier this year. So clearly not super well prepared, Mr. Sindarov, the 17-year-old, I'm told, from Uzbekistan. We'll use this opportunity to go check in with Mr. Carlsen, who is playing today Bharat of India. And while judging from the picture, another Indian youngster for Magnus. And it didn't work out great for Magnus yesterday, playing with the black pieces against Pranesh, 17 years old. He barely escaped with a draw. Today's opponent, Bharat, he's actually even younger, a year younger than Hikaru's now Magnus's opponent in the previous round. So Magnus is getting to feel the wrath of the Indian kids. But how about the position on the board? Let's start out from the beginning. King pawn opening from Magnus. Horsey out to attack the pawn. Pawn defended by the black knight. Bishop out. Italian game. That's the same opening Hikaru has played twice already in this tournament. The knight comes out to attack the pawn on e4. Pawn to d3. And now h6. Actually, fun fact, I prepared this h6 line against Magnus this year as well. This was my plan if Magnus played the Italian. The problem was Magnus plays like 7 different openings. So yeah, I was just barely, I wasn't really preparing. I was just trying to have a mental plan of what I was going to do. And I think this h6 move is very interesting. And one of the main points is that you take control of the g5 square. So you prevent the white knight from working together with the bishop to attack the f7 square early. And what that means is that you don't have to develop your bishop and castle really quickly. Because normally you move your bishop out so that if the knight comes up to attack, you can castle. But by playing h6 and preventing this advance, you open up the opportunity for a different development scheme by the bishop. And that's showcased here by the move g6. You can get the bishop to the g7 square, where it will point down through the center of the board. And one of the reasons I've felt this is really interesting for black is because in many of the variations within the Spanish and the Italian, one of the plans for black after having played, so, okay, I'm going on a big tangent, Benjamin, but stay with me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so if we go into like a normal Spanish opening, if I can just remember how that works, here, this is kind of like a normal Spanish. One of the main plans for black in the Breyer system, which is the one I play, one of the main plans there for black is to reroute this bishop to the g7 square. And have that bishop point down through the center.
Exactly.
And then the question becomes, well, why did you move your bishop out here to e7 to begin with if you're then going to spend lots of time getting it back to that fianchetto diagonal? We talked about this with some of the previous days, that bishops on the side of the board are often better than bishops in the center. This bishop is pointing out towards the side, whereas if the bishop stands on the side of the board, it's actually pointing in towards the middle. So the bishop is kind of the only piece on the chessboard that's often better on the sides than in the center. And for this reason, I really find this plan of h6 intriguing, because it allows a similar plan, just having saved quite a bit of time in that maneuvering. So I feel like this is very, very interesting for black. Magnus has spent some time, so clearly he's not super familiar with this way of playing, but he has tried to get a space advantage on the queen side, which is kind of the problem for black in playing this way, that you didn't have the opportunity to stop these advances. Okay, I'm not going to reveal too much of my prep. I just want to say that I'm barely playing tournaments these days. So I will mention that I think the move a5 here is quite interesting, because you just prevent that drawback of giving white space on the queen side, and while you're still not you're still going to be able to make the plan of getting your bishop to the side, pointing in towards the center of the board. So very, very intriguing strategic opening. And I think both players, frankly, are happy with how this game started.
Exactly, yeah, and I'm somewhat surprised by Magnus's opening choice, as this whole setup with h6, it's not necessarily known to be solid, right? It's more of a combative setup. If you, let's say, want to play for a win with black, I mean, all the pieces stay on the board. His opponent is avoiding any sort of symmetry. And I like what Magnus is doing here, gaining space on the queen side. And I'm curious to see what black's plan is going to be here. I mean, maybe eventually you can go for a d5 push, creating more space in the center. The drawback of your bishop on g7 can be, though, that it can stare down on the pawn on e5, right? And I guess black would be happy in case white goes d4 at some point, as that would open up the bishop. But Magnus is saying no, and he's instead advancing pawns on the queen side.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll leave the guys to it here. I think the key word, you kind of said it, combative.
I just wanted to point out
Bharat,
one thing real quick. When I looked at the camera, Sindarov was about to move. He was hovering over his king. Now, quick question. Oh, yeah, and he goes queenside castles. There we have it. And b5 instantly by Hikaru.
so another time in 20. Actually, he spent more than 10 minutes this time. He spent 12 minutes and 46 seconds castling queenside, despite having played that very same move earlier this year.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see. I mean, yeah, like you said, he has already had this position on the board. Is he? I guess the critical test is something like king to b1, right? For the moment, black is threatening stuff like b4. The knight is going to have to move, and often the pawn on a2 would be hanging. But with king b1, you address all of those issues. But I guess more pieces remain on the board. And again, if Sindarov wants to bail out, I think the move knight d5 is there to do so. And that's what he did against Makrikov earlier this year.
Is that a bit embarrassing, having to like bail out and play a move where, look at the computer, like the computer even thinks black is better in this endgame. And then if you twice in a year against 2700s have to go into a position where black is just better, when you have the white pieces, and when you're an up and coming young player, like, to me, that just I wouldn't do it, just because I would think I would think, and maybe this is definitely a bad mental state, but I would be like, what are people going to think of me if I'm a chicken twice in a year, and if I didn't actually prepare something against this opening after getting kind of surprised by it, and not being able to showcase anything on a previous occasion.
Yeah, it is somewhat surprising to me as well that, again, he's thinking so much. I would expect that after that game against Medlikov, he has seriously looked at this variation, but he doesn't quite seem to know what he should do, which is a good sign for Hikaru. The position can potentially get pretty double-edged. Like you said, black is doing absolutely fine in that endgame, and maybe Hikaru believes that he can outplay Sindarov in that one. Do you think there are realistic chances for black there to win?
After knight to d5, We're trading the queens, taking the knight. Lots of trades. Lots of trades. I mean, the computer does feel like black is very slightly better. One thing I will say is that the kings are on opposite sides of the board, which is often can be a little bit like as something that can help you try and win the game, because it means that you're not sharing the same plans. Like black will very likely try and advance with their pawns on the side of the board where they have the king, and white will try to do the same thing on the opposite flank. Yeah, no, I mean, looking at this, I find it very unlikely to win with the black pieces, even though the kings are on opposite flanks. But one of the main reasons for that is the attack against the pawn. And when that pawn is defended, there's this move pawn to e5. And I feel like without this pawn to e5 move, the white rook in the center is actually not that impressive. Whereas when this pawn comes forward, you don't really have a choice but to trade. And then the white rook is much better because it's working in two directions rather than only having that pressure against the pawn. You can't really count this pressure because the black pawn is so easily defended by its buddy.
Exactly. Yeah. And Hikaru can try to use the c file for his rook. His king is potentially a little bit closer to the center. So I think there is still play left in this position. Of course, it would be hard to win this one. But Sindarov has paused to think. So let's try to look at some variations. Again, I assume the move king b1 is the critical move here for white. And then I assume that Hikaru is going to play the move b4. He's delayed the trade on b3. So I guess he's going to go b4, attack the knight. And here white has a couple of options. White can move the knight right away, let's say the d5 or e2. But white can, in fact, also take on e6 first. Because if you take on c3, which looks like a nice intermezzo, white recaptures with the bishop and attacks your queen, and you lose a pawn. So that would not be a good idea. So what looks like, yeah, so that would not be good. Hikaru would have to recapture with the f pawn instead. And then the knight moves to e2. And what do you make of this position, Jon Ludwig?
I think it's too complicated for a player who's already down 30 minutes on the clock and who clearly has nothing prepared.
Right.
I feel like I feel like the more Sindarov is thinking right now, the more he kind of has to go for the bailout. Please make a 20 move draw against me. Oh, great, Hikaru. You're the greatest chess player ever. I would love to make a draw against you. Please help me out with the white pieces. Because I mean, the guy is just not prepared for a big fight. And he's showcasing it with his time management.
Yeah, no, you make a good point. Like if you go into you don't really want to go into a complicated fight already down 30 minutes on the clock and your opponent's still in his preparation. So yeah, like I said, I would not be shocked if he bails out again, but maybe even in that endgame Hikaru still has some chances. So let's see. So let's say instead of taking on e6 in this variation, let's say Sindarov goes, so king b1, we play b4, right? And let's say knight d5 is played. I assume Hikaru here would take with the bishop. White recaptures with the pawn. And here we have a real
Why do you take with the bishop?
Because if we take with the knight, white takes with the pawn with... Oh, no, wait, sorry. White takes on g7 first and then takes on d5 with a tempo.
So because white's recapture would then attack our bishop, we want to get rid of that bishop first.
Exactly. Yeah, like we want to take with our bishop to make sure that we don't lose too much time. White is going to recapture with the pawn, I assume. And here we have a real imbalance, as white has the 2 bishops, but the bishop on b3 isn't the most active. And Hammer, he is going for it. He played the move king to b1.
Wow, I didn't have faith in him, but I think just the embarrassment of repeating the same "please make a draw with me" variation 2 games in a row. I think the embarrassment just made him think I can't do that. I have to play a proper move. So I think King B1 is based on that. And I think he's in for a tough game because, well, when Hikaru comes back to the board right now, he's out walking. But when Hikaru comes back, I can guarantee you he will not spend more than 30 seconds for his response, because King B1, that was quite clearly the main move in Hikaru's preparation.
Exactly. It's their critical test. Hikaru for sure has looked at this. And given the fact that Sindarov has already spent half an hour of his time, Hikaru for sure should want to keep the pressure on and try to keep him nervous, right? I mean, his opponent seems a little bit nervous. It's always annoying when you face your opponent's preparation. So Hikaru should definitely try to keep the pressure on. And Yun Ludwig, what do you think is generally the best approach? To walk around when your opponent is thinking, or to stay closer to the board so you can make your moves quicker?
I guess it depends on the player. Personally, I like walking actually, compared to many top players, I feel like I don't walk around that much, but it's simply because I'm such a slow thinker that I need all the time I can get on the clock. But yeah, I don't think like there's a clear answer. It's definitely just based on personal preference. Let's put it like this. I don't think the time you lose walking around is wasted time, because I think the mental energy that you kind of save by not being at the board, by not thinking, by giving your brain a break, I think that is definitely worth some of the time you lose by not being at the board every time the opponent plays their move.
Exactly. And we have more moves. So Sindarov played the move King B1. Hikaru played a B4 quickly. Knight D5 by Sindarov. And they're going exactly down the line that we expected. Bishop takes D5 by Hikaru. Pawn takes. And now an interesting move. Hikaru goes Queen to B5. And with this move, I think he wants to go A5 and A4 and trap that bishop on B3. But yeah, I think you make a good point. And I think it kind of depends on the position as well. I think if the position is very complicated and your opponent only has one move, you should basically approach the position as if it were your move, right? Because you already know what your opponent's going to do. However, if your opponent has a lot of options, then I think it often makes a lot of sense to go around for a little walk. And because there's so many things your opponent can do that you cannot really anticipate all of them.
Do you like, kind of, when you're observing some of the other games in the tournament, do you like try and calculate what's going on in those games, just as a kind of keeping your head fresh? Or do you try to take a complete break from all kind of chess related thinking?
I try to stay focused on my own game, but I noticed at some point that when it was my opponent's move and I was walking around, that often I would distract myself almost a little bit with looking too much at other games. Whereas at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is your own game. So I think you should always try to stay focused on your own game, whether you do that by walking around or sitting on the board. But it can be tempting to look at other games. And we've seen this in this tournament as well, right? Where Hikaru and Anish, they go to look at Magnus's game, and then they start making faces.
Yeah, and making faces means that they're calculating or like evaluating what's going on. It's a sign that they're thinking about that game rather than their own.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, they're definitely thinking about the Magnus's game, and
But
yeah.
then if this works for the top players, now I mostly do commentary on Magnus's games, and I can tell you the guy knows everything that's going on in the venue. Like he has calculated like 5 different games, and he knows that, oh, there was an interesting sacrifice in that game, and that plan was intriguing. Like, we can ask him anything about the others, and he will always have some opinion. And if then Hikaru and Anish is also doing that, those are the 3 best players in this tournament. Why are the best players kind of wasting their energy not being focused on their own game? Are they just more interested in chess than other players, and that's part of why they're so good?
Perhaps they are. Yeah, sometimes I wonder about that as well, right? Maybe they are just that obsessed with the game. Like, maybe, just a little bit more than someone like myself. And here we have the move rook HE1 by Sindarov, bringing the rook into the game and attacking the pawn on E7. So what do you think he has in mind in case Hikaru plays the move A5 now? I think sooner or later Sindarov should play a move like Queen D3, as otherwise your bishop is just going to get trapped at A4.
Yeah, well, I did Queen E2 on the board, but yeah,
Okay.
I think Sindarov is going to have to try and ask for a queen trade, because if he tries to follow up his plan by just capturing the black pawn he threatened, the white bishop is left without any escape. So in order to let the bishop out of its little prison, you kind of need to challenge the black queen. And what happens here is that because the black queen had this c4 square under control, by challenging it, whether you do it this way or this way, you're enabling your bishop. You're freeing up that c4 square for your bishop to move to.
Exactly. And we have to move A5 very quickly by Hikaru, threatening to trap that bishop with A4. Sindarov has really picked up the pace in the last couple of moves. He played knight E5 quickly and pawn takes rook HE1 after 2 minutes as well. And this could either mean 2 things. This could mean that he might have looked at this and he just remembered what he wanted to do. Or this could mean that this is what he has been calculating while he spent so long over queenside castles and king to B1.
But he failed in, I mean, he's still playing a computer. Like, Hikaru very clearly still in his preparation. And I mean, for someone who knows what the computer recommends, it's not that difficult. But both queen B5 and pawn to A5 got exclams from chess.com, with the engine saying that those were the only acceptable moves at that stage. And now Queen E2 is on the board. Sindarov wanting that queen trade. And that's a massive development for the position, because if the queen trade happens, then there's the value of these pawns Hikaru has been pushing up the board decreases, right? Because these were attacking pawns, but without the queen, there's no more attack left. And Hikaru does go for the trade. Could Hikaru have avoided the trade? If Hikaru went back down, then the engine says this is winning for white after bishop to A4. That's another important square that the black queen was keeping under control, that the bishop couldn't escape through. And by avoiding the queen trade, yes, Hikaru keeps the hope alive of pushing these queenside pawns further to attack the white king. But bishop A4 is such a good move because it prevents any hope these pawns had of advancing further forward. So queen trade, according to the computer, was the only acceptable move. And now, according to the computer, A4 is the only acceptable move. Hikaru is having to find a lot of important moves in a row here.
Right, but he has already played the move A4. I think the other move you could consider is maybe rook fc8 first to threaten the move a4 and trap the bishop. But I think here again, there is that move bishop to a4, stopping a4 from black. e7 is under attack, and the bishop would like to slide into that c6 square. And the problem is we cannot take on d5 because of bishop takes g7, and our knight on d5 is hanging. So we have more moves. a4 on the board, bishop c4, and rook fc8. Bring the rook into the game and attacking that bishop on c4. And you'll notice the more I look at it, the more I'm starting to think that Hikaru could potentially have some chances here. The bishop on c4 is not the most active. And how do you think Sindarov should address the threat right now? Should he go b3 or move the bishop to b5?
I guess I would move the bishop. So I having already seen this idea you presented with the fact that the bishop can leave the protection of the d5 pawn, because after knight takes d5, then we can capture on g7, captures back, and that opens up for the rook to take the knight on d5. So with that in mind, I feel like bishop b5 would be nice in order to get that bishop situated inside black's camp, where it is also protected by a white pawn. I feel like a situation like this would be extremely beneficial for white, with the bishops doing great work and having a lot of pressure against the black position. That being said, I just noticed the computer feels like rook a5 attacks the bishop, and when the bishop moves, then you can capture. Oh, this is important. Then you can capture on d5, because even though you have this idea of bishop takes bishop, and then if you recapture, you can take the knight in the center with your rook, and then white would have an extra bishop. There's a better move here, because suddenly this bishop is without its anchor pawn, and can be just captured, leaving Hikaru with an extra pawn. So actually, bishop b5 is probably almost a losing move, even though it's the one that on first instinct you want to play.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I think Sindarov is probably going to defend his bishop with the move b3. Now, Hikaru could take at any moment and open up the a file for the rook, and Sindarov could recapture with the pawn, with either pawn. And the thing is here that pawn on b4 is freezing the white queenside, right? But the pawn on b4 is also isolated, and it could turn into a weakness later on. I see that still some games have been played here, but I don't know how the players would usually proceed in this position. I would be quite tempted to at some point trade off the dark squared bishops by moving the knight on f6 out of the way, as white has a lot of pawns on the light squares, and so it would be really good to trade off those bishops and keep white stuck with the bishop that is stuck on the light squares. It's just stuck looking at its own pawns.
I mean, this is starting to remind me of the previous black game Hikaru had against what was his name? Vokitov.
Right, but I feel like here there are slightly more chances for the win.
Sure, but like the bishop versus the knight, that was a theme in the Vokitov game. And the fact that white had two pawns versus one on the queen side, that was the same. Okay, so both the kings were over on the left side of the board. So that's a big difference. And also the placement of the black pawn is different. But I don't know. It reminds me a lot about that situation. And well, we were pretty optimistic during that game that Hikaru could maybe make something happen. But in the post-game interview, I feel like Hikaru actually oh, and look at this. Wow, Benjamin. Bishop b5 is on the board.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought black is doing absolutely fine here after rook to a5. Because here's the thing. I think after rook a5, you already have to trade on f6 to maintain equality. If you go bishop c6, like you pointed out, knight takes d5 wins a pawn and practically the game at this level. So bishop takes f6 is forced, but Yoon Luthik, I already really prefer black's position after bishop takes f6. I feel like black's bishop on f6 is much more active than the bishop that white is going to anchor in on the c6 square. The one thing, though, is what are you going to do here with black? How are you going to try to win this position?
Well, I guess first thing, I'm going to take the bishop or I'm going to take the pawn. But yeah, like you said, in order to prevent that, Sindarov is going to have to give up. But that's a big, I mean, that's a big concession. If he has to give up this bishop in the center, that's it's such a well-placed piece right now, covering in every direction, and just giving it up against the Black Knight. I feel like that's a bit of a, maybe not disaster, but it's a bit sad. And then with the bishop recapturing, so I guess you're saying that the white bishop will sit on c6, protected by a pawn. But like, if I'm Hikaru here, I would be tempted to do something like pawn to e5, maybe.
Right. I like the
Because
idea of e5 to get more space in the center, but I think white can actually take. And if you take the bishop, then there's e7. So maybe we can
yeah, my
prepare
idea
your...
was that you couldn't use the en passant move, because then I take your bishop. But you calculated one step further and saw that the pawn will then advance on to become a new queen. I'm going to have to give up my bishop. And then we kind of just made lots of trades that weren't in black's favor, as now the position opens up for the white rooks in the center. So yeah, that doesn't really work. So I guess Sindarov is just saying that this game will probably be a draw because it's difficult to see how black would progress.
Right. So what Hikaru could do is play king f8 first and prepare that idea.
Because the white bishop is going to be stuck on this c6 square for a long time, right?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
is Sindarov going into this thinking that he's okay here? Is he like thinking this is better for white because the white bishop is further into black's camp than black's bishop is? I'm very stunned by this bishop to b5 move. And based on Hikaru's reaction and the fact that Hikaru hasn't played yet, I feel like Hikaru is kind of surprised as well. The pace at which Hikaru had played clearly indicated that he's still in his opening prep. And then after bishop b5, suddenly Hikaru is not in his prep. And very often the reason for those occurrences is that you only prepare the moves the computer recommends. So if your opponent plays an inferior move, then you're out of your preparation. But it also means, I wonder why the computer didn't let me know about this move. And then Hikaru's going to be like, well, I do get a lot of pressure on the fifth rank against the white pawn and bishop. So I don't know. I'm not even sure I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm just optimistic at this stage. I think Sindarov is not playing that well, and he's spending a lot of time.
Right. The thing, though, is that the position could potentially come quite locked up, right? The rook on a5 is a little bit stuck, and it's difficult to see exactly how Hikaru can activate it. As right now, it's a little bit stuck on a5, defending that pawn on a4. But perhaps what Hikaru should do is go for that idea that you mentioned. I really do like the e5 push to get more space in the center. and on the king side. And also, after the move e5, the e7 pawn is no longer backwards. But it seems like we can't do that right now. So maybe king f8 first. But let's say we go king f8. Maybe what Sindarov's going to do is play the move rook e4 and attack our pawn on b4. We're going to have to defend it with rook b8. And now e5 is no longer an idea because we no longer make contact with the bishop on c6.
Ah, yeah. Good point. Although we could move the rook up to b6 afterwards.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and then maybe e5. And what Hikaru could also do, maybe at some point, is play the move a3. White's going to have to respond with b3. And it's interesting to evaluate how exactly that plays out. On one hand, you know, White's queenside majority is completely blocked. And maybe you put a bishop on c3. Actually, what about this settle? Yeah, you go bishop c3 and then e5 later. I really like that one.
Because here the bishop on c3 is preventing the white pawn on c2 from ever getting involved. So in essence, it's as if Hikaru's playing with an extra pawn. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Yeah, I think especially if he gets the move e5 in. Like I said, White's c-pawn is completely blocked, which is White's extra pawn. Now our e-pawn is blocked for the moment, but if we can set it in motion with this little trick e5, I think Black's doing great. I mean, again, the pawn cannot be taken as it hangs the bishop. And in case White does not take, we can slowly but surely advance on the king side. There's f7, f5, king f7, king f6. And I don't see an active plan for White. I think Hikaru has a great chance to win here.
Okay, so we're optimistic about Hikaru's chances, and he does indeed play this rook to a5 move. I just want to point out that on the chess.com moves so far, Hikaru has played 1, 2, 3, 4 exclam moves in a row. So Hikaru's out here playing good moves and playing them more quickly than his opponent. Although Sindarov did here realize that the only move he could make without losing a pawn is to trade off his well-placed bishop in the center of the board. We're expecting Hikaru to recapture with his bishop. And we're liking Hikaru's position with the black pieces in the less than 1 hour played. So good news for Hikaru. Yeah, maybe let's check in with Magnus.
Exactly. Yeah, and I just wanted to point out real quick, some more moves have been played.
Oh,
Hikaru did recapture with bishop, and after bishop c6, he played a3 super quickly. So I think he wants to go for this. Yeah, I think here's the thing. He wants to play a3 before White has played rook e4, right? Because then he would have to meet rook e4 with rook b8. But now in case White goes b3, he can go king f8, defend that pawn e7 once more, and meet rook e4 with bishop c3. And I think if we get the bishop to c3 and we can go e5, I would almost go as far as to say that the black is almost strategically winning. It looks really nice for black. What Sindarov should do, though, after, let's say, king f8, is maybe try to break with a move like c4. You sacrifice a pawn that black can take en passant, but then you can go king c2, block the pawn, and you all of a sudden have a passed b pawn that you can use.
So Sindarov giving up a pawn is good for him? Look at the computer. The computer went from saying Hikaru was better to saying Sindarov is better, even though Sindarov lost a pawn in this variation.
Exactly. Yeah, but at least he frees up his pawn structure a little bit now, because now he can move the b pawn up the board. But yeah, this position still has some intricacies to it, and it's good to see that Sindarov is deep in thought. He doesn't seem to be as familiar with this position as Hikaru, perhaps.
Okay, so this is the one to watch out for. Hikaru would love to establish his bishop on the c3 square. The problem is that if he does it immediately, he will leave the pawn on e7 undefended. And our concern is that the time Hikaru spends keeping his pawn defended will enable white to make this very sneaky pawn sacrifice, allowing the special en passant move, but then getting the king as a blockader of black's pawn while opening up for the white pawn to just progress down the board. And this white pawn is very dangerous because it will just move forward so easily, with black's bishop being unable to maneuver itself over to that side of the board to stop the white pawn. So very, very important moment. Oh, wow. And look at this, Benjamin. After having thought for just less than 3 minutes, Sindarov plays c3. What a stunning move.
Yeah, nice find by Sindarov. I think he realized that he could not allow Hikaru to lock up the queenside. And as you pointed out, capturing that pawn looks very dangerous, as then white goes b4. And I think
but look at this. I think I'm understanding why the computer says, so takes pawn to b4, attacking the rook, but black can move their rook over to attack the king and the pawn. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just I was wondering if white could play rook b2. Because I was thinking you can move the rook over, and if the rook gets captured, then this pawn is actually super scary working together with the bishop against that queening square. But no, it was just nonsense. It was just nonsense. But the general principle of if you take that pawn, then white will at some point be able to push forward, that very much applies. And that's why Hikaru doesn't take the pawn on c3. Instead, he goes rook b8. And oh my God, they're playing so quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if they still kind of know what they're doing. Sindarov instantly took and played the move pawn to b3, which was practically forced. So now let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He should be absolutely fine here. But how exactly do we make progress here?
Well, the thing is, now, once again, white managed to get rid of that black pawn on b4. Previously, the pawn was still alive on the c3 square, but it was still kind of an issue. And here, Hikaru needs to have his rook on b4 for the foreseeable future, because if this rook moves away or maybe is traded away, then white will be able to progress the pawn very convincingly.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if Hikaru plays something like king g7, I like the idea of rook c1. The point is that if you go rook e4 to immediately challenge black's rook, I feel like maybe there's some bishop being able to replace the rook. Okay, computer says I'm completely wrong. Oh, because partly the bishop
maybe
cannot
you can
leave.
trade first and then go bishop c3. And I like that idea a lot, actually.
Yeah, so the principle is at least that you make sure that the white pawn on the queen side cannot advance. And to prevent that, you can try and go rook c1 and then rook up here to challenge the black rook.
That's possible. Yeah, perhaps rook c1 first, then rook e4. Because I think there are still chances for black in his endgame. The bishop on c6, it might sometimes be annoying, but it could also be completely outside of the game. I think, as you pointed out, in case Sindarov plays rook e4, we're just going to trade and play bishop c3. And also, after the move bishop c3, we could then consider moving our king up to the center with king f6 and king e5. So Sindarov has his work cut out for him. I think Hikaru is definitely still on the better side of things.
And they're playing quite quickly. Hikaru plays rook to c5, and that, I guess, stops the plan I was thinking about rook c1. At the very least, makes it less effective.
Right. But let's say Sindarov now goes rook c1, right? I don't think we can really avoid a rook trade. And I'm kind of curious, like, let's say we go king g7, Sindarov can trade. And what if he trades and then goes rook e4? Is that just headed for a draw, or are there still some chances for Hikaru?
So you're saying we shouldn't be the ones to make the trade between the rooks, because if Sindarov makes the trade, then we get to move our pawn to c5, which it is a pawn that's standing on its own, but it's also a pawn that helps stop the progression of White's pawn on b3.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, this one could be headed for a draw. We have opposite color bishops. And with rook c5, you know, like I said, Sindarov can go rook c1, trade off one pair of rooks. And with rook e4, he would trade off the other pair. And I don't really see a good way for Hikaru to keep the game going.
Okay. We'll take a break. We'll let Sindarov think about this. And we'll see whether or not Hikaru, through his better placement of the bishop. So even though Hikaru's bishop is further back on the board, it's pointing into a much more important area, because it's pointing in where the white king resides, for instance, while the white bishop, even though it's placed higher up on the board than its counterpart, it's just pointing into areas where nothing is happening. So Hikaru's slightly better because of the bishop. We're not sure whether it will be enough to get an advantage and put pressure on this young Uzbek grandmaster, but we will find out more when we return from the break.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the Qatar Masters 2023. Jan Ludwig, Sindarov still has not moved after Hikaru's rook to c5.
No, should we read something into that? One thing I do want to mention is that if Sindarov does like kind of a nothing move here, if he plays something like pawn to g3, I'm once again interested in this pawn to e5 move. I feel like the fact that Hikaru moved his rook in such a way to put some pressure on this c6 bishop means that we should once again try and explore whether or not we can try and advance our pawns forward in the center, exploiting that the pawn cannot be captured with the en passant move without losing the bishop. However, yet again, I have fallen victim to this trick where white kind of blunders the bishop, but then actually progresses forward with the pawn one step away from becoming a new queen, supported by the white rook. And we're going to have to give up our bishop in order to stop the pawn, after which yeah, that trade didn't really give us anything at all. So, yeah, what's like if Hikaru got a couple of moves in a row here, what is it he's planning?
Good question. Yeah, perhaps maybe I don't know if e5 should still be our plan, as white has managed to create a pass pawn on the queen side, and I kind of like the bishop on f6. Furthermore, in case white now ever moves the rook to the c file, we can just let white trade and we can recapture with the pawn, and white no longer has a passed pawn, right? But if we go e5, then after a trade, white is a passed d pawn. So Hikaru is gonna have to be extremely careful here, and yeah, I don't know what the plan should be. Maybe like king g7, move the king up a little bit, and eventually I do want to get the king to the center, but I don't quite see how to do so, because the moment you move your bishop, you hang the pawn on e7.
And Sindarov does make a move, and he does go for the trade between the rooks. I guess you briefly just mentioned it, Benjamin, but it's worth repeating that we're happy to let white make this trade, because after something like king to f8, after the trade, we're less concerned about this white pawn and its long-term potential of becoming a new queen, because now this pawn on c5 is always going to participate in blocking the b pawn's advance. So we're expecting Hikaru to keep his rook where it is. I would say we're even expecting Hikaru to go king f8 to give extra protection to the e7 pawn, because what that extra protection means is that we're then free to move the bishop up in the center afterwards.
Exactly. So I feel like with the move rook to c1, Sinner was probably aiming to trade off one pair of rooks on c5, and maybe after that he could try to trade off a second pair with the move rook e4. So that begs the question, how do we keep the game going? Can we go, let's say, rook d4, right? So that in case white trades, rook e4 is currently not available, as that would run into rook to d2. But perhaps you just go king c2 first, step the king up, and with the idea that you want to play rook e4 on the next turn.
Yeah, that seems kind of good and safe and very difficult to beat.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want to mention, if Hikaru now tries something a little funky, like trading the rooks and then coming in with the bishop to challenge the white king, I want to mention this just to illustrate that white's position still has some strengths to it. because if the bishop comes in here to check the white king, we could see the eval bar making a bit of a movement there, and that's because the rook can sacrifice itself against the black bishop. And after these captures, white has a bishop and a pawn in trade of a rook, which normally is not that good. But because this bishop actually is pretty good at controlling the squares for the white pawns, if they manage to start moving, this actually becomes a winning position. The black king is unable to rush to the defense because one of the squares the king needs to get past is controlled by the bishop. And then white can just rush with the pawn up the board, and you're just not in a position to stop that pawn, very much helped by the fact that the bishop controls the queening square, where the pawn would become a new queen. So Hikaru, he has to respect the potential of these white pawns on the queen side. But the way he's played now, with first he has this pawn blocking white's pawn, and then he has the rook blocking the other white pawn. Hikaru has clearly kind of stated through his play that he understands the danger of these white pawns, and he's taken measures to make sure that they cannot move up the board.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think he should keep this situation on the queen side as is. I think it would be like, you can trade on c5, c1 yourself, but I think you should probably let white trade. And maybe he'll just play king g7 and move his king closer to the middle. Excuse me.
You okay?
I'm okay. I just had to sneeze.
I think this is a good opportunity to check in with Magnus, and we've actually had some interesting developments in Magnus's game. So popping over there, this is where we left it off, with Magnus having advanced his pawns on the queen side to take some space there. And look at how Barat, this 16-year-old, is executing this position. He moves the king up the board. That's primarily in order to get the king away from the diagonal of the white bishop. And what changes when the king moves off the diagonal? Well, now the pawn can move forward. And that's what we've seen. Rook in towards the center by Magnus, knight to h5, once again opening up that space for the pawn to get involved. Magnus pushes his pawn up on the queen side, attacking the knight out on the edge of the board to try and capture the bishop. The bishop doesn't want to get captured, so it retreats. And then pawn to f5. Oh, question mark. That's not good, but it's very ambitious. And this is what you talked about in the opening, Benjamin, that Barat,
By the way,
they made a draw.
Hikaru's game ended in a draw. Yeah, so after rook c1, Hikaru played the move bishop to g5, attacking the rook. Sindarov just decided to trade, and they pretty much went down that path that we expected. They traded rooks on c5, then rook e4, f5, a trade happened on b4, and Hikaru just offered a draw after bishop f4, as there's really nothing to be done. In this opposite color bishop endgame, black's pawns can just be defended with the bishop, and since white's bishop is on the light squares, he can never attack it. So a reasonable result for Hikaru, but I was hoping, to be honest, that he would be able to create some chance. And actually, Hikaru is already in the chat.
The 15-minute delay is showcasing itself in that Hikaru from the future coming in to talk to us. Hikaru is off to the beach and will join in an hour. Okay, that sounds pretty nice. The beach. Okay, so we'll stick around watching Magnus's game. Hikaru with the black pieces makes a solid draw. He was never in any sort of trouble whatsoever. And he will be getting the white pieces in the next game. So he keeps himself high up in the standings while also playing with very, very low risk as pertains to his chances of qualifying to the World Championship qualifier, the candidates tournament, as it's known, because he is currently the favorite to get a rating spot, being the top rated player not already qualified.
Yeah, but it goes to show how difficult it is for Hikaru to gain rating in these tournaments, right? He just made a draw with the black pieces, but this is going to cost him another 2 or like 1.8 points, almost completely. He's losing almost all the points he's gained so far, but I think he perhaps had some chances had he not played a3, but Sindarov defended very well when he did. So let's check in on Magnus's game. Like you said, Barad broke with f5, and after the trade, Magnus after f5, Magnus took, like we captured with the bishop, and now d4 by Magnus, striking in the center. I kind of like Magnus's position also, because black has 2 knights sitting at the edge of the board, and that's usually not a good thing.
I made them in red, in green, but let's make them in red to realize that that's a bad thing. A bad thing having the knights on the side of the board. And also, look at how I think the main reason the computer didn't like this pawn to f5 move is how black is helping Magnus get this rook into the game. So after f5, capturing that pawn opened up for the rook. And after bishop takes, pawn to d4, a trade now in the center, I feel, is fairly likely. But then this rook is going to be amazing. And the knight is going to have some pressure here. And I guess in particular, the black knight on a5 is really out of play here.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think it's not a. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say this guy on the king side. This guy, I feel like he's not so bad. He can make his way into the center of the board pretty easily. But the guy on a5 is just. I don't see a route for that knight to ever get back in it.
Exactly. And Hikaru says in the chat he's going by the Corniche. And then he will join.
Okay, I will Google Corniche.
I just did the same thing. It seems to be like a watch brand. So not very, very funny there by
originally a French word for a road that runs along a cliff or mountainside, where the ground is rising on one side of the road and falling on the other.
Oh, the Doha Corniche is a waterfront promenade extending for 7 kilometers along Doha Bay in Qatar's capital city, Doha.
Okay, then that's not the same definition of the word that I found, clearly.
Annual celebrations of national holidays such as Qatar National Day and National Magnus and Hikaru Day are centered on the Doha Corniche. Okay, nice. So apparently that's what it is.
Taking the scenic route back to the hotel. Yeah, that sounds fair enough. It's not like he's been working hard today, but it is nice to have a rest, especially when your opponent. I mean, okay, so here's the thing, Benjamin. In my opinion, like, I think today's result was good for Hikaru. I disagree that draws with black against, even though he's losing a lot of rating on it, I think at this stage we are in the tournament. It's just nice playing solid games where you're never in trouble. Whereas Magnus, 2 black games in a row, he's been in massive trouble, and he even lost one of them. So I think it's about risk aversion and also appreciating the strength of the opponents, that these guys are quite dangerous. And Hikaru, I mean, I'm disappointed in Sindarov. I think this was a completely fine result for Hikaru, and I think Sindarov, the fact that he had this opening previously this year and had no idea how to try and put pressure on the opponent, and comes back again today with no prep and just, happy to make a quick draw with the white pieces. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in Sindarov. I feel like he's showcasing some weaknesses in his preparation.
Yeah, no, it's somewhat disappointing from Sindarov as well. You would expect, like I said, that he would show something more testing. He had already had this variation earlier this year, but again, I felt like there might have been some slight chances for Hikaru, but maybe he had to play super accurately. But of course, we will ask all of that in the interview. Magnus seems to be doing quite well.
I think Magnus is going to sacrifice his rook now, Benjamin.
So, oh wait, how exactly?
For once, I've managed to spot something you haven't. I feel like so many times today, there's like a trick at the end that you've seen and I haven't. But here, after knight to e4, I'm expecting black to capture the knight in the center, because this lures the rook forward. And then after the move d5, we're trying to chase the rook back again. And if the rook retreats, then pawn to e4 will actually allow Bharat to get away with having that pressure on the rook. So we talked about how this tension in the center is likely to open up for the rook in the on the e file. And the Indian kid, Grandmaster, he would like to prevent the rook from getting involved. So he would love to see pawn to d5, chasing the rook back, and then pawn to e4, because now these two pawns protecting each other, blocking the bishop, blocking the rook, and chasing the knight on f3 away from its defensive positioning. However, and this is where we get to Magnus about to sacrifice his rook, instead of retreating, I think Magnus is going to capture the black pawn on e5. And that is going to lose Magnus his rook as the bishop takes on e5. But after the knight recaptures, Magnus can try to make the claim that this knight is the greatest knight in the history of chess. Maybe not the history of chess, but it's a really well-placed knight. There are no black pawns that can position themselves to chase the knight away. And the knight is protected by a pawn. And we still have that long-term issue for black of the knight on a5 simply struggling massively to get involved back into the game. And we can see from the computer's evaluation that the computer, despite Magnus sacrificing his rook, the computer really likes White's position.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you can take with the knight. Also take with the pawn. Looks really nice for Magnus. And yeah, so I'd be surprised if Bharat goes into that. It feels like Magnus got great compensation in that position. I mean, the two bishops can become very strong. The one bishop on c1 and the other bishop can slide back to b1 to put some pressure on the black king that is sitting on the h7 square. So I think it would be a mistake for Bharat to go into that. It feels like it makes Magnus' play too easy. But if he doesn't do that, then the question is, what is he going to do? If you go d5 right away, what about d5 right away?
Ooh, that's a good call. I was thinking, well, then the knight moves away. Oh yeah, and well, actually, I thought the point of pawn to d5 was that you follow up with pawn to e4 afterwards. However, there is a problem. If pawn to e4, then the knight actually is unprotected on f4. It can just be captured by white's bishop. This is rather a complicated position, Benjamin. And look at the clock situation. Bharat is down to just 28 minutes with, I mean, we barely got out of the opening. And there's so much tension with captures needing to be calculated. I mean, he's gonna be in massive time trouble.
Yeah, no, exactly. He's only played 14 moves. He needs to make another 26 to reach the time control, and again, an additional 30 minutes on the clock. So you could already make the argument that he's in some sort of time pressure. The position is super complicated. Also, he seems to be in some trouble. So he's definitely going to have to accelerate. Otherwise, I think the problems on the board and on the clock are just going to be too much for him to handle.
I would go as far as to say right now, Magnus is like 98% sure going to win this game.
Yeah, no, I think the chances of him winning this one are through the roof. I mean, 42 minutes up on the clock, a good position on the board, and he's Magnus.
It always helps in that calculation.
They're like, well, this is a difficult line to find. Yes, but it's Magnus. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's gonna find it. It's over.
Okay. Actually, considering that Hikaru had, quite honestly, I wouldn't call it boring game. I mean, the result was kind of boring, but the opening was really interesting. It's just that it was so well prepared by Hikaru, and Sindarov just tried to play it as boring as possible. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I also think Magnus's game, while interesting in that it's complicated, I feel like the result, there's not that much tension about the result because Magnus has done a really amazing job of putting this knight on a5 out on the edge. He's like you mentioned, Benjamin, he has that potential of getting both his bishops pointing down towards the black king, and it's just going to be super unpleasant for the youngster who also is ridiculously low on time. Like when you have 26 minutes left at this stage, that's just poor time management. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I want to try and see if we can find a game that's more intriguing in especially whether, one party is going to win or not, about both the result and the position. And one such instance is the game between Gukesh and Narayanan, because the white player just played a pawn traditionally in front of his king, but he moved his king away in preparation for this. The pawn up to g4, clearly signalizing White's intention of getting a big attack on the black king. And look at the computer evaluation. Computer is loving this play from White, saying that White has an advantage equivalent of nearly a pawn, despite material being equal.
Yeah, no, Narayanan has a nice initiative going on the king side. Perhaps what he can do is try to go like rook h3 and maybe queen g2 to further prepare that g5 push. And right now for Gukesh, I don't really see any active plans. The pawn on e3 is backwards, and it's attacked by two of black's rooks, but White just has one knight defending it, neutralizing all of that pressure. And Gukesh has that knight on f8. The knight on f8, it's a good defender, but for the moment, it's kind of passive. And also his bishop is kind of staring down at White's pawn. So I think Narayanan has got a great chance here to build up a strong attack.
And just to remind everyone, Narayanan and Gukesh, both of those players had the same amount of points as Hikaru going into this round. So if Narayanan can win this game, he will lead the Qatar Masters after 5 rounds.
Yeah, I assume there should still be other players that can catch up with him. So let me have a quick look. So Hikaru and Sindarov are on 4 out of 5. Then we have Gukesh on 3.5, Narayanan as well. Arjun is also on a 100% score, and he's playing Jumabayev. And then we have the matchup between Salem, who's on 3.5, and Marsudlu, who's on 3 points.
So a winner between Erigaisi and Jumabayev can also join the lead with 4.5 points out of 5. Although, if you ask me, this is looking very much like it's going to be a draw. And we also have the local player, well, local-ish from the United Arab Emirates, the best player in the Middle East, Salim Saleh. He can also, with a win, join a potential leading pack on 4.5 out of 5. But Salim, with the black pieces, needing a win to make that happen. And here White has that good control in the center with the pawns, also open pressure for the rook against the black pawn on b7. I'm going to say it's unlikely that Salim wins this position.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he still has to play accurately here to maintain a balance. Parham is the better player by rating. So I'll be surprised if Salem wins this one, but he's a very dangerous player and he's certainly capable of doing it. But yeah, it's been a tough tournament for many of these strong players. Like, I mean, nobody has really impressed me just yet. Also, our good friend Anish Giri, he's a little bit stuck. He won the first 2 games, but now he's made 2 draws in a row, and I don't know if he's going to win this one. He's playing Rudik Makarian with the black pieces. And what do you make of this position?
Well, I gotta say I like Black's position. I like what Anish is doing. I have tried. So as a professional chess player, one of the things you spend the most time on is trying to beat weaker players with the black pieces. And especially the Catalan opening, which is what this whole situation arose from. Especially in the Catalan, you look at just trying to keep some pieces on the board and trying to create some sort of imbalance to make stuff happen. And I feel like Anish going here into a situation that resembles something I have studied quite a bit. The black bishop is very, very bad. It's being blocked on multiple fronts by these black pieces. But Anish at the same time is saying, okay, my bishop is bad now, but you don't have a clear way of attacking me immediately. So I can, in the very long term, try and get this bishop in a better location. And we see here Anish already kind of indicating his intentions of having this bishop at some point pop out on the king side of the board. It's just taking an enormous amount of time. But now after the knight comes to d5, next move, Anish will play f6. He will chase this knight back, and then his bishop can join the game. And I think that is really a great display of patience from Anish. And I like his position. I think he has good long-term chances of especially this pawn to g5 move. So we can imagine the knight getting kicked back and then pawn to g5. And Anish will have some pressure on the diagonal. He will have his rook getting involved. There's interesting chances here. Anish is definitely trying very hard to imbalance the position and give himself winning opportunities.
Yeah, I think if Anish could get all of those moves in under the right circumstances, he definitely has chances. And I think this game is going to be really important for his tournament. Like I said, he's already made 2 draws in a row. This game he's playing with the black pieces. If he can get a win here, that could really give him a push, as then he will get white in the next game. And, then you can win one game after another. But another draw here could, again, lead him to really being kind of stuck, right? Like, you're stuck against these 2500s that you're not able to beat. So let's see if he's able to do so. And people in the chat have called for us to look at the Carty game against Nodurbek Abdusatorov. So, Jon Lutik, what is going on over there?
One player has a queen. The other player does not have a queen.
Uh-huh.
That is the main essence of the situation.
Right. So I suppose he sacked it, and it looks like white has pretty good compensation with the rook on the 7 rank and a very active knight on d6.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you have no queen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Which is always a bit of a letdown. One other thing to keep in mind is that the white king right now is looking reasonably safe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very important in these situations where you've sacrificed your queen. It's the only way it can ever be interesting is when your king is kind of tucked away. Because if that extra queen your opponent has can start attacking you, that's going to be that's going to be a bit of a disaster. So yeah, knight, rook, and 2 pawns in trade of a queen. It sounds okay. The problem is the black queen can capture one of white's pawns at this instance. And then what Abdusatorov is relying on is rook to c3, attacking the queen back. And when the queen moves away, exploiting this rook along the 7th rank and the active placement of the knight, like you talked about, Benjamin, knight takes b7, removes more defenders around the black king. And if the black rook is careless in how it responds, the long-term potential of these rooks getting involved and creating a checkmating attack on the black king is going to win white the game. However, the computer says after rook to d7, blocking the path between this well-placed rook on the 7th rank and the knight, white is forced to make a trade. And then how do you evaluate this?
I would think, if anything, white is still better. White is a rook, a knight, and 2 pawns for the queen. So technically speaking, white is a slight material advantage. But I think it's going to be super difficult for white to make any progress here. The king on a2, for the moment, it's sitting pretty safe there, but it's a little bit exposed, which always gives black the potential for a perpetual check. So I would think a draw is still the most likely result here.
Okay, we're gonna check back in with Magnus because stuff has happened. Magnus, his king shelter has been ruined. Complete opening now in front of the white king, and despite that fact, the computer is loving his position. Let's check in with the last couple of moves. Pawn to d5 did happen, challenging the knight in the center. Magnus captures the black knight, and then chaos ensues. Instead of recapturing the bishop, after which this white knight would escape to a very nice square inside black's half, Bharat captures the knight before it runs away, creating pressure against the white knight, but also creating pressure from the rook on the bishop, and frankly also against the knight behind the bishop. Magnus captures in the center, but by doing so, he allows the black bishop to capture white's knight. And because the rook offers the bishop protection, Magnus cannot take back with his queen. He's forced to take back with the pawn, which opens up in front of his king. And yet the computer is super happy about white's position. Benjamin, why are we not scared of opening up in front of our king?
I think because our king will still sit perfectly safe on the h1 square, and Magnus has a lot of things in return for his slightly damaged king side, right? But in the meantime, we have to move knight c4. But what Magnus has here is the two bishops. Also, the pawn on d5 is a bit of a target. And the pawn on g6 is also somewhat tender. So what Magnus can potentially do is go like queen d3, bishop e1, maybe rook e6 in case he slides his bishop back, which is, by the way, a decision he has to make here. Is he going to trade on g7 or move that bishop back? And actually, the more I look at it, the more I like to move bishop g3, because like you said, the white king side has been damaged, but the bishop on g3 is offering perfect protection for the white king, and it's still keeping an eye on that c7 pawn, which is a target.
And well, we don't get to know about this queen move. Instead, after knight c4. Oh, I guess you're saying bishop g3 here.
Right. Yep, exactly. And that is in fact what Magnus played.
Okay, so Magnus has the two bishops. He has an extra pawn. He has control of the only open file on the board. And he has some potential of putting pressure down the diagonal towards the black king. And he has, wow, I'm trying to do math in my head, 46 minutes more than his opponent.
Yeah, his opponent is already getting low on time. It's looking great for Magnus. Let's not forget, he's just up a very clean pawn here. And I think at some point Magnus can just take the knight on c4 or go queen d3, threaten to take it. So I think Magnus's chance to win here are 99% or even more than that.
Okay, I said 98% earlier, and it has increased.
Yes, I think the position has become even better for Magnus now.
And Bharat being low on time, we can't really imagine a situation where he
does not lose.
Yeah. Rough for him, but that's how it works. Playing against the #1 player in the world with the black pieces. Having black against Magnus, that is such a rough task. We'll check in with Bharat and see if he comes up with a miracle in the next 18 minutes, because that's frankly all the time he has to figure out his moves. We're going to go on a break, but I want to remind you that Hikaru he's gone to the beach, but the beach will not occupy all his time today. He has told us he will come by for an interview in an hour, and that was half an hour ago. So stay tuned if you want to hear from Hikaru, hear about how he looks at this day. We're going to ask Hikaru how he's going to spend his rest day tomorrow. And I guess we're going to ask him some questions about playing it safe with the black pieces and whether this is a strategy to keep his rating, seeing as how he right now is the favorite to qualify for the candidates tournament, the qualifier for a world championship match through being the highest ranked player not already qualified. So stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the Qatar Masters 2023. Ludwig, while we were on a short break, a couple moves have been played in Magnus's game. Bharat played the move h5, trying to trap Magnus's bishop with the move h4. So Magnus just stopped that with the move h4 himself.
Yeah, that's the most effective way of preventing your opponent's pawns from moving further forward. Just put one of your own guys in the way. I think the big question now is what happens after pawn to g5. So the only real idea that black has is trying to create an attack, bring the queen in, have that queen pointed down at the white king, and also trying to move this pawn forward to attack the bishop. However, as the observant viewer will have noticed, pawn to g5 not being appreciated by the computer. And the reason is just the white queen can then easily step forward, attack the king, and when the king moves back, white's bishop can move together with the queen. And even though black is able to challenge the bishop on g3, the problem is the queen comes in. Not only does the queen come in, the bishop comes in as well. And actually, this is a checkmate with the bishops, the rooks, and the queen all working together to surround the black king. So Bharat isn't really able to put any more pressure against this bishop. That's why this pawn to h4 move was so safe for Magnus. And instead, the Indian youngster plays a6, solid move, trying to get the trade between the pawns, because then the rook will get involved. And not only is the rook pointing down along the queen side, this rook is actually doing a very valuable job pointing over towards the black king to help the black king stay safe. So Magnus definitely not going to acquiesce to this trade on black's terms, as that would let the rook get involved far too easily.
Yeah, so let's see what Magnus is going to do. Bharat just dropped below 10 minutes, and he still has to make another 20 moves to get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. I would think Magnus is going to try to attack that knight on c4. So maybe a move like queen d3, threatening to take twice after you take the knight, or after you win the pawn there. You also take the pawn on c7. So let's see if that is something he's going to go for. I do like the move a6, though, by Bharat, as it is going to open up the a-file for his rook, but I don't really see a good way for him to utilize that file. So I think Magnus's chances to win this one are still very, very high.
And while we're kind of watching Magnus destroy Indian youngsters after having had some issue facing at least one of them yesterday, Magnus was lucky to escape with the draw at some point against Pranesh. We are expecting Hikaru to join the stream very, very soon. His walk on the beach, rumor has it, is approaching its end. And then we're going to be asking him about today's game, and also a bit about the tournament, because Benjamin, we're past the halfway mark now.
Yeah, we're past the halfway mark. I think Hikaru is not unhappy at all with the way things are going. He's breaking even in terms of rating. He's had more black games. That's never easy. It's always easier to win with white. And tomorrow he will have the white pieces. So I think he's not unhappy at all at where he is in the tournament. That being said, Ludwig, if you draw all of your games, if you draw a lot of games with black, that is putting some pressure on yourself for your white games, as you have to win those.
Yeah. And then the question becomes, do you want to stress out about that before you kind of drop points with white? Or are you kind of in the mood where you're like, well, I'll play it safe with black, but if I do have a white game I don't manage to win, I will be way more aggressive with black to try and compensate for the potential win I missed out on. That being said, I feel like Hikaru has played the Sicilian both his previous two black games. So I feel like Hikaru is playing rather combative openings. It's just that his opponents are playing it very, very safe. And there's limits to how much risk Hikaru should be willing to take, given that he is playing against rather prominent grandmasters. And if a half decent, if a top 100 player in the world wants to make a draw with you, you either then have to acquiesce to that draw or you have to take tremendous risk. And I think the fact that Hikaru has he's showed his combative intentions by playing the Sicilian, but when his opponents try to play like super boring stuff in the Sicilian, then Hikaru says, well, I'm not going to take big super risks, because at the end of the day, in the back of my mind, I am thinking about the candidates tournament, which is the qualifier to the World Championship match, a qualifier Hikaru's not qualified to yet, but he has a good chance, being the top ranked player that that is yet to make it to be invited, and there is a spot for that top ranked player. So he just needs to keep Alireza Firouzja at an arm's length, and I think that is influencing some of his risk considerations.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, he has a 5-point lead over Firouzja. Or wait, I think after today's draw, it is only 3 points. So he has a lead, but that lead could evaporate in just one single game. Like I said, if he doesn't lose games, he should keep it. But of course, it's much better even to extend that lead, because let's say Firouzja plays a great tournament, right? Like, let's say he wins the Singfield Cup, all of a sudden, then he could overtake Hikaru. But I think overall, I mean, Hikaru's had 3 black games, and 2 of those black games, it's been very difficult for him to create any winning chances with the black pieces. And like you said, sometimes it's just tough. He's playing in strong 2650, 2600 grandmasters. If they played very safe, it's going to be extremely difficult to create chances with the black pieces. But fortunately, tomorrow he will have white. So let's see how he will approach that game. And in the meantime, instead of queen d3, Magnus has decided to trade on c4, and he followed it up with the move queen to e2, attacking the pawn on c4, which looks somewhat awkward to protect.
Yeah, well, the obvious way for black to give that pawn protection is queen d5. And that also has the benefit of not only protecting the pawn on c4, but it would also attack the pawn on f3. However, queen e4 would stop. But then Magnus is no longer trying to win the pawn on c4. Is Magnus kind of trying to provoke black into playing the queen up into the center so that Magnus can get a good endgame?
I think so. I think that would definitely make sense. I was wondering, by the way, what would happen in case Barad would take on b5 first and then queen e5. But apparently queen e4 is still very strong here. As let's say black takes on b5. Here, you trade on a8 and you go rook b1, and you're going to regain that b7 pawn, and you get a very strong rook on...
Sorry, I don't understand where you went.
Oh, so here queen e4. And in case black takes on b5, I guess maybe we take and go rook b1 and try to regain that b7 pawn this way.
So an attack against the queen. The queen has to move, but then we capture the pawn on b7. The queen can capture the pawn on c3, but look at this. So it's I guess it's about how the white rook manages to get involved actually in an attack against the black king. And look at this. If black starts an attack themselves, if black tries to use the queen and rook together to threaten checkmate on the white king in the corner, Magnus can sacrifice his rook, come in with the queen, check, 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 and now the king has to move to a dark square, but then the bishop will come in for the checkmate just before the black queen manages to do her checkmate.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think it's unlikely that we'll go down at variation, but look at the clock. Barat is down to 4 minutes, and he still needs to make another 19 moves to get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. This looks very problematic for the Indian youngster. I think Magnus is just going to win this one very convincingly.
And that's going to put Magnus on
3.5.
3.5 points out of 5. So he's still going to be behind Hikaru.
Yeah, no, he will still be behind Hikaru, and tomorrow Magnus will play with black, whereas Hikaru will have the white pieces. So, 3.5 out of 5, it's not the worst score ever, but Magnus has also played lower-rated opponents than Hikaru, so he is losing quite a bit of rating.
And also, like, Magnus with the black pieces has not been super impressive in this tournament. So he's probably going to be dreading that round 6. And once again, I want to mention to everyone, I'll keep reminding you towards the end of the day, but being at the halfway point of this tournament, this is round 5, and there's a total of 9 rounds in the event. We are now taking a break. The players are getting a rest day to recharge their batteries before the final 4 rounds. So tomorrow, Monday, will be a day without chess from Qatar. Well, it will be a day without chess from the Qatar Masters, but Hikaru, in his interview with us yesterday, he said he will be streaming on the rest day tomorrow. So you'll get rid of our old faces and get Hikaru instead. I guess that's not really a bad trade.
I think that's what the viewers want, yeah. And in the meantime, we have to move Queen d5 by Barat. Yeah, no, Hikaru is their favorite streamer. So of course, they're more than happy to see them. So let's see what Magnus is going to do here, but it's looking extremely, extremely good. I was, by the way, wondering, are there any other games that are worth looking at? So Magnus is probably going to win. Perhaps let's check back in that game between Narayanan and Gukesh, as now Narayanan can strike on the king side.
He was the Indian Grandmaster with the white pieces. He was very ambitious in how he has pushed his pawns up on the king side. But now the question becomes, how do you progress? And the computer is actually advocating the move f5, which makes a lot of sense. This pawn is blocking the path of the 2 white rooks. So we would love to get rid of the pawn. The problem was, if we had played this pawn to f5 move earlier, for instance, here, we could have played pawn to f5 here, but then g5 would avoid the trade, keep the white pawn still on the board, and this pawn would then block the bishop and block, well, both 1 and 2 of the rooks on that f-file. So the fact that the queen retreated is a big moment, because now pawn to f5 guarantees the trade, because if black tries to shut down everything, the pawn will continue advancing and make a fork on the queen and rook.
Yeah, so after f5, Gukesh will have to take, and I assume Narayanan wants to recapture with his rook there, and it's looking quite promising for white. You have this nice open f-file to work with. The question is, how exactly do you completely break through and get to black's king? But also in the meantime, black doesn't really have any active ideas himself. So I guess Narayanan can slowly but surely build up the attack here.
Yeah, I mean, just h4, right? And then g5, maybe? Like, what is black doing? Can you even suggest I guess, knight g6? Knight g6, you try and take control of the h4 square, but then queen f2 regains that control.
Right, and another idea would be after knight g6 to go queen h3 followed by rook h5, putting a lot of pressure on that h6 pawn, which is very difficult to protect.
That's so kind of weird because I wanted to play this pawn up, but weird but effective.
So perhaps what Gukesh has to do is he might just have to sit and sit very tight. Maybe he has to put the knight on h7 to stop that g5 break. And ideally, I don't know. I don't know what the plan should be here for black.
Like after h4,
you're kind of stuck.
And you could move the knight back, but you want to have the knight here. I guess maybe king into the corner. But it gives white so much time to try and improve their position. If black has nothing better than moving back and forth, like white can just spend so much time improving the positioning.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe you want to go c5. No, you can't really go c5 to start pressure in the center because, well, anytime you go c5, the pawn in the middle is just undefended.
Yeah, so very tough position for Gukesh. But Gukesh, he's a very resilient defender. So this is far from over. I remember the first round, I think he was also lost. And Anish Giri in an interview said, you have to check Gukesh's result after the game, not during the game.
Okay, so Giri is that. So Anish has a lot of funny comments, but half of them are kind of like insults disguised as jokes, right? Like, is he saying that Gukesh often gets in trouble during the game? Do you think?
Yeah, but it's also a compliment, as he's saying that he's a very good defender and he often gets out of it.
Yeah, true. So we're being aware of the wise words of Mr. Anish Giri. We're not going to take it for granted that Gukesh succumbs to this attack, although it looks pretty bad. It looks really, really bad. But speaking of Anish, maybe let's check in with him. He is the third highest ranked player in this event. And so for Hikaru's chances of winning, which I assume is ultimately the goal, I guess he'd like to have some space between himself and Anish, and as such, he would appreciate if Makarian, the international master with the rating of a grandmaster, Hikaru would probably appreciate if Anish wasn't able to win this game. And how do we assess this position? White has more pawns in the center of the board, but on the other hand, the white king only has one pawn close to it. This is a really tricky position still.
Yeah, I think, though, the position has slowly but surely started turning more and more in Anish's favor, where now I think he's just going to recapture with the bishop on e6. Like you said, white's king on h1 is a little bit exposed, and also white doesn't have a firm grip in the center anymore. The question is, though, like, let's say you recapture, what exactly is black's plan going to be, right? It's probably going to be very difficult to completely imbalance this game and create winning chances.
What about this move, though? Like, first of all, I'm not sure what white is doing. So let's say white goes queen d2. I like this move g5. Like, Anish can try and push his pawns up to explode, maybe start an attack. against the white king, or at least that was my thinking.
Yeah, but I guess it might not be. So you want to, but here's the thing: if we go h5, g4, it's like we make all of these pawn pushes, but then what, right? So I don't. The fact remains that I also don't see what white is going to do, and that can be quite annoying. I think Anish, he feels more comfortable shuffling his pieces around, um, sometimes somewhat aimlessly. But for a lot of players, they really struggle doing that to just make a move and keep the game going. I think Anish feels a lot more comfortable doing that, and his play here is probably easier than White. I don't really see an active plan here for White at all, to be honest.
But do we see an active plan for black? Anisha's taken back with the queen. Probably doesn't make too much of a difference. Like, yeah, we're struggling to see white's plan, but so I really want to play the move f5 if I'm black. But
if we
the
go,
issue there is that if I go with a pawn to f5, I no longer have any pawns to control the e5 square. And accidentally, the white knight is very well placed to jump in there immediately. So black can't really move this pawn. This pawn needs to stay here and have control of that e5 square, to make sure that the
Hikaru
knight cannot
says
get
in the
in.
chat that he's coming, so I don't know if he is if he's right here right now or if he will join in a couple of minutes. But yeah, you make a very good point. Like, you want to advance your pawns a little bit. Like, usually that's the way you make progress. But by advancing them, you leave weak squares behind. And after Anish recaptured with the queen, Makarian played the move queen e4, and that's a very clear indication that he wants to play this game very solidly, I think.
Yeah. And if Anish wants to win, probably he should avoid the queen trade. Because trading queens now, one of the things we talked about was the fact that the white king isn't that well defended because it only has one pawn in the vicinity, whereas black has two. So trading queens makes a lot of sense when your king's safety is worse than your opponent's. So with that in mind, I feel like Anish should maybe move away from the queen trade.
Mm-hmm. Right, but then I think a nice maneuver, and he has played the move queen d7. I think a nice maneuver here for Makarian is perhaps to go, and that's what he does. He goes queen h4, because I think the queen could sit quite nicely on the g3 square. With the queen on g3, the knight can always jump into d6, which would be annoying. And just overall, I like the queen on the king side, as there is a chance that something will happen on that side of the board.
And the players are making their moves quite quickly. Both have about 30 minutes left on the clock, and they made it to move 30. So they only have an additional 10 moves before they get another 30 minutes added to their clocks. So very good time management from both guys. And let's check in with some of the other players who had the same amount of points as Hikaru moving into this round. Zhumabayev, the Kazakh Grandmaster, we were watching him at the end of the stream yesterday when he was up a pawn against Sindarov, Hikaru's opponent today, and had chances to win that game and become the only player on 4 points out of 4. Unfortunately for Zhumabayev, he got low on time and was unable to convert his extra pawn to a win. And in this game against Erigaisi, Zhumabayev once again is somewhat better. He has 2 bishops, which is normally better than having a bishop and a knight. That being said, there are not that many pieces left on the board. The queens have been traded. There's only 1 pawn each on the left side, on the queen side of the board. And wow, and now Erigaisi even making threats in towards the white position. I think it's fair to say that this game is going to be a draw, Benjamin.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that there's going to be a draw. Like you pointed out, a lot of pieces have been traded off. The queens are traded, two pairs of minor pieces, and now another pair can get traded off after bishop takes e4, and also already 3 pairs of pawns. So I think there's just too little left in this position. Hikaru is in the chat asking to join, but I don't know if the mods sent him the right Zoom link, but let's hope they did. And of course, then he's more than welcome. But yeah, I think it's quite likely that it's going to be.
While we're getting Hikaru in on the call, we'll jump back to Magnus's game just to have that, and we can see the moves being made there. Barat only having 1 minute left on the clock. The moves being made actually completely follows the variation we had looked at earlier, Benjamin, and we saw that after rook takes pawn, queen takes pawn, rook takes pawn, pointing in towards the black king, there's actually some variations here where the rook can sacrifice itself against the bishop to give checkmate. So yeah, we kind of predicted it, that the black king is in trouble sooner than the white king. Both kings are kind of being attacked, but the white attack is getting there first.
Exactly, and white's king is still sitting pretty safe behind those pawns on the g2 square. And yeah, Magnus has 53 minutes to figure all of this out. And Barat, even if there's a defense, he only has 1.5 minutes. And as we speak, we are joined by Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, how's it going?
Good. How about yourselves?
Doing pretty well. How do you feel about your game today?
Yeah, I mean, my game today obviously was not super exciting. Certainly, I think fans would have liked to have something more exciting. But at the end of the day, I mean, when you're playing with the black piece, you can't always force it. So, I mean, I tried to be very creative by playing the accelerated dragon today, just to get an imbalance. I mean, I clearly had outprepared my opponent, as Sindarov told me after the game. I mean, he said he had looked at a lot of things, but not the dragon. So, I mean, the game was very straightforward from my perspective. There were very few moves where I had to think. All of this I had prepared. Actually, just here after f3. So yeah, actually, this position, I think I had this position or something very similar against Anish Giri, something like 10 years ago, when I surprised Anish with the dragon, with this knight d4 and bishop e6. I don't know if it was this exact position or slightly different. I feel like the bishop was on c4 for some reason when I played it, but at any rate, it was a system that I played many years ago, so I thought, why not give it a go again today? And it was funny because there was also another game I played between some lower rated players that had the exact same position as my game today. So yeah, for me, it was all very straightforward. It was all preparation. It was more on my opponent to try and create something, and he ended up being very solid because he was also way down on time out of the open. He's down like 20-25 minutes. I went bishop e6, castles b5. I mean, obviously, for most of the game, we were following the famous game between Michael Tal and, of course, Bent Larsen, played in Zurich, 1959. So it's not like this hasn't been known for quite a while. But yeah, I mean, I thought what he did made sense. King b1, b4, and if white wants to try...
Sorry, he covered just one thing here. Were you aware that he had this position previously
against he had one game against Matlikov, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. So yes, I was aware.
Yes. So we were surprised that he had that game earlier this year, and still he wasn't quite sure as to what to do against this variation.
Well, I mean, I spoke to him after the game, and I mean, first of all, he said when he played that game, he wasn't expecting it, so he was surprised in that game. And then today, he was telling me that basically he looked at the Caro-Kann, the French, all kinds of different Sicilians, but not the dragon. So I mean, that is how chess goes sometimes. When your opponent, I mean, you can't prepare for every single opening under the sun, and sometimes your opponent will surprise you. And when that happens and you have to spend a lot of time, I mean, it's kind of hard over the board to try and figure it out. But I mean, he could have tried knight e2, though. It's probably the one try he had, king b1, b4, knight e2, if he was really trying to be aggressive. But he didn't end up playing it. So yeah, I mean, it's what it is. course, the engine's just fluctuating wildly. But I think that was really the only chance he had. He played knight e5, of course, and I mean, again, all the moves I really didn't have to think because this was all preparation. Rook e1, a5, queen e2. I mean, again, obviously, famous Tal Larsen game in this position. And there's just, I think everything I did was correct. Trades, a4, bishop c4, rook c8. This, of course, I had looked at before the game. And he played bishop b5 here, which, I mean, b3 is maybe also slightly better, perhaps. But again, it shouldn't really be much for white. But yeah, when he played bishop b5, I mean, I have to go rook a5, take 6, bishop c6. I mean, a3, of course.
Well,
yeah, I mean, of course,
wondering about this position, like if there are possibly any chances for black. The computer seems to slightly prefer white, and after a3, c3, the game kind of just petered out into a draw. So, do you feel like here there might have been some chances, or do you think it's just a draw?
I mean, I find it hard to believe that it can be anything legitimate because white just puts the rook on e4 and waits. I mean, like, for example, if I can have this position where I can maybe get the pawn on f5 and the bishop on e5 or like, and maybe g5 even, maybe I can try to claim something. I mean, but again,
we were thinking such a position like this would be basically winning for you.
I mean, I don't know about winning, but yeah, it should be better. But I can't get that because of course, also, I mean, he could have played like Michael Tal, and he could have played a3, b3, right here, and then if you go king f8, c4, anyway. I mean, of course, Larsen, because he wasn't a very good player relative to Tal. I mean, he played bc3 and just got steamrolled in that famous game. I mean, he just lost horribly. Like white got b4, b5, and it was just GG, why not, very, very quickly. So, I mean, I don't think I can even get that setup. That's the problem.
But
I mean, even if he plays
but even after c4, what if you go like e5, bishop d8 to b6? Do you think there might still be chances in that position?
Well, I mean, my intention was actually if he played b3, I was going to go rook c5, c4, e5. So we could have gotten pretty much the exact same thing. I was going to go rook c5 here, and then c4, and then e5 like this. And I mean, again, I don't know. Can black be better? I mean, it's possible if you can get the bishop to b6, but I always feel like white's gonna have some g3, f4 somewhere. I mean, or even just sacking. Like even here, for example, let's just say white were to play f4 right here. I mean, I'm sure it's pretty bad objectively, but like if you can take and bring the king to like e4 and f3, king c2, king d3, king e4 or something. I mean, I guess here the king doesn't get all the way to f3 to be fair, but I wasn't really convinced that it can be winning. But I mean, I guess like you're saying instead of a3, should I play like rook b8? Was that the move, or how am I stopping white from getting this anyway?
Yeah, you can really, like, you would love to get that setup that we pointed out with a3, b3, bishop c3, but I think you can, and perhaps the best you can get is if, like, let's say the one we also have with where white gets c4, and then maybe you go like e5 and bishop d8 to b6, and there, I mean, there are still some chances for black, no?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. If I can get the pawn on e5, bishop on c5, and f5, so that white never has an f4 break, yes, there are chances perhaps to win that. But I mean, again, I think it's so hard to get something like that. I mean, like very, very difficult. So,
right.
I mean, it's possible, but yeah, like I mean, again, when I went a3, I was kind of hoping he might go b3, and then he just played c3, and it just like the game just dies right away after c3. I mean, there's nothing left in the position pretty much.
Right. So, do you perhaps regret not spending a little bit of time there to try to figure out a better way to create chances, or not really?
Well, I mean, what is the way to create a chance? King f8 I mean, like, what is the way?
I guess king f8 is what we were looking at.
But white can also play b3 here, for example. I mean, because now you can trade on b3. I mean, is this a3, c4, of course,
and then e5 or?
Okay, so you really think this is better for black? Interesting. Like if I go g3,
yeah. Like, can you go bishop d8, or will there be f4?
Well, I'm worried about f4, basically. Yeah.
That seems like a legitimate concern.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, if I'm a computer, I'm sure there's some way to try and set up. But I mean, there also is some risk. Like, if white gets f4, there's definitely some risk because at some point there might even be a c5 pawn push. I mean, if I had moved the rook from a5. So, like, I'm not 100% sure that this can't go the other way as well.
So, going off from that argument you're making, Hikaru, you are you're playing the Sicilian, so clearly you're trying to be combative and win, but you're also kind of you're playing combative openings, but then having a lot of focus on playing objectively correct. Is that part of a strategy about being safe with the rating and trying to qualify for the candidates tournament?
Well, I mean, first things first. Obviously, I have another tournament after this in Isle of Man, so it's not so simple. If this was the only tournament that I was playing in, yeah, I mean, I could try and sort of like metagame it a little bit, perhaps. But I mean, the fact that I'm playing in Isle of Man, which is another like 9 or 10 rounds right after this, means that it's a little bit irrelevant, I guess you could say. But at the same time, I mean, if you can win a game and draw a game, it's not a big deal. But if you're going to lose a game, like Magnus, for example, I mean, you lose like 6, 7, 8 points right away, and it's very hard to recover those points, very, very hard. So I mean, I think you have to be objective, and I mean, at the end of the day, Sindarov is a very, very strong player. He's not some random 2,500. I don't actually know what his current rating is,
like 26,
but like there's a slight difference, yeah. So at the end of the day, I mean, there are levels to it. Against certain players, you can take chances. But I would say about this game, though, it was just an end game. That was the problem. It wasn't something where I had that opportunity to really, really mess it up. And also on that note, I think that's one of the reasons that it's very awkward for Magnus playing some of these games with the black pieces, because Magnus is a player who very much is about playing precise moves, being correct all the time. And when you're playing lower rated players, sometimes you have to actually take big risks and not play what are objectively the best moves. And I think for Magnus, a player who's so used to just playing the best moves, period, there are times when you have to shift that mindset. So I think that's also why Magnus has struggled a little bit, because it's not easy to go from playing the optimal moves and having to like sort of play suboptimal, maybe bad moves to try and create imbalances.
But Magnus yesterday, he played this modern opening, not putting any pawns in the center, just really trying to get out of theory as quickly as possible. And I recall Magnus having played that setup a lot with the black pieces, especially in the Champions Chess Tour. So do you? I guess what I'm asking is,
I mean, that's rapid chess, so there's a huge difference.
So you think Magnus struggles playing these riskier openings in longer time controls than in rapid?
I mean, I think we all do. I think to get back to Nepo's tweet the other day, I think it's completely true. I think the rating system, if every game were rapid, the top players would win by the margin that they should according to the rating system currently. But I think in classical chess, that goes right out the window, because the risk that you take, the players, even if they're not as strong as us, I think with enough time, they can still find the best moves for the most part. And so I think if every game were rapid, I think that we could get away with almost anything. But in classical chess, it's a whole different animal, and you have to be a lot more careful, is what I would say. So I think in rapid, I could get, I mean, I've played a lot of bad openings in rapid. I think even like today's opponent, to some degree, I could do certain things much more on the riskier side in rapid. But in classical, I mean, I think I would just get smoked by Sindarov the majority of the time if I played certain openings that I'm almost certain would work in blitz and probably rapid as well. So there's a huge difference between the time formats. Huge difference.
Right, and I guess also preparation really evens out the playing field. It makes it easier for the low-rated players.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I think what I would say is, so like, actually, yesterday is a better example. So I played the guy Robbie Kevlishvili. He's about 25-20 rated, and I played mainline Italian against him. I feel like in blitz or even maybe rapid, I mean, I wouldn't say as much, but I feel like I could probably just play random stuff: knight f3, g3, b3, d3, e3, whatever it might be, and I'm pretty confident that I could make it work and win like 80-85% of the time in rapid or blitz. But I think in classical, I'd probably win something like 20-25% of the time, because it's just, there's too much time. There's too much time to think. And for the lower rated players, I think having that extra time, it's a great equalizer to punish the stronger players who have better intuition. But when they take chances, the lower rated players more time to calculate, they're able to come up with better solutions.
So how do you then explain the fact that you have, I mean, the rating we're playing with is a classical rating? And you're, 100 points ahead of Sindarov. You're 250 points ahead of Kevlishvili. How do you explain the difference in ratings if the classical time control is such a big equalizer?
I mean, I'm not to do a takeaway of the famous line. You know, I'm not a mathematician. But I think on that topic, what I would say is I want to feel like somewhere around the middle of 2018 into 2019, I really started to feel essentially like for myself and I think a lot of the other top players, it became much harder to win games with the black pieces specifically against people who are like 2500, 25 to 2550, and obviously that extends all the way up. But I feel like somewhere around then it just suddenly became a lot harder to win games with black. Really hard. And I don't know what the reason for that is. I don't know if everyone's suddenly just much better prepared. I mean, obviously in the post-COVID world, there are other things like people being like severely underrated. But I feel like with the black piece, for some reason, it's become extremely hard to beat players who are like 200, 250 points lower rated. I don't know if it's the opening specifically, like just a knowledge base that everyone has now is so much better than it used to be. But it's become very difficult. And so that's why I think Nepo's tweet is actually quite valid, because we're not winning by the rates that we should be. I mean, if you look at my games or you look at Magnus's games, like when we play these open tournaments against players who are 250 lower rated, I think by the formula, we're supposed to win. I'm guessing like 85% of the time, probably 85%, just to guess. I could be wrong on that, but I'm betting that's what we should be winning by. I'm feeling in reality, we're probably winning like maybe like one out of it. We're probably winning one out of two, like win one, draw one. So win one, draw one, or maybe like win one, draw two. I mean, it's very the odds don't fit the formula is what I would say. So I think there's definitely something going on. I mean, of course, there is some chance that, you know, frankly, just opening preparation has just taken over chess. And for players who are lower rated, their preparation, if they can get to move 20, they can play the rest of the game just like we can. And that also reminds me, I was thinking about one other thing during my game today. And like there was a game in the open section. There was like this 2370 rated Indian guy who had the same position as my game after Queen B5. Now they were a few moves ahead of us, but I was thinking to myself, like in any world that I grew up in, like if I saw a board, I mean, most tournaments I play in have players with the same rating as I am, but in any world that I grew up in, there's no world where I would have seen a game played by like a 2350, 2400 player. And honestly, I wouldn't follow their game. Like if that happened 15 years ago and I see a 2400 with the same position and there are a few moves ahead of me, I would not copy their moves. But now I would, because if they're moving instantly, they are playing like a 3500 rated stockfish. They literally are playing the best move, even though their actual rating is much lower. So I would follow a 2300 because of the computer preparation. Whereas like 15 years ago, of course, I would not do that. I wouldn't do that at all. So it is the world is changing for sure.
So considering that the world is changing and that you now have two tournaments back to back, first now in Qatar, and then you're traveling to the Isle of Man to play the Grand Swiss. Both of these tournaments are open to more 2600 rated players than what you're used to from top tournaments. My question is, have you made specific preparations for must-win situations with the black pieces, or preparations to increase your chance playing black against the lower rated?
Well, you guys know I have a real job these days. I'm a streamer and a content creator. That is what pays the bills. I mean, I play chess for fun. I mean, I know a lot of people are going to like laugh, say, yeah, you're doing really well and whatever. But I honestly think like a large part of the reason I do so well these days is specifically because I don't view chess as a job anymore. The content creation is what pays the bill. So for that reason, I think it's much easier for me to enjoy chess. I think, you know, a lot of people who are watching the stream who have regular 9-to-5 jobs, I'm sure they hate their jobs. I think most people in the world these days, they hate their jobs. That's just the reality. I feel like 50% or more people just like they hate their job. And I think that if I were playing chess with the perspective of it being my job, I think I'd be back where I was in 2018, 2019, where it's like every game feels like a grind. It feels like a struggle. It's so easy to complain about playing lower rated players, not being able to win games with white, not being able to get a game after 10 moves because it's all preparation, all these usual things. And so I think for me, when I approach these events, like I try to do preparations during the tournament. I did a little bit of prep before this specific event, but ultimately, I mean, I try to do it all on the fly because I don't have time when I'm at home to study all that much. So mostly it's during the events. But what I would say separately is, I mean, of course, it's not conducive playing open tournaments, but at the end of the day, If I do play 2 tournaments, I have a chance to qualify for the candidates. And I mean, if I have a chance, I really should play. Like I mean, the notion of just not playing and not even trying, I think it's just that's a loser's mentality. I mean, why would I do that? So that's probably the biggest reason I'm playing these 2 opens, is because like at least I have a chance. Doesn't mean I'll make it, doesn't mean I'll even do well, frankly, but at least I have a chance. And so yeah, I mean, you take it 1 game at a time, try to do preparations and go from there pretty much.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand the kind of thinking that you're too busy to do the preparation, but at the same time, so speaking now as someone who was trying to be good 10 years ago, one of the differences I felt at that time was that the best players, they had teams helping them, and for me to get good openings on my own in competition with Magnus having Magnus has had so many different people. Anand had Heine, and then Magnus had Heine, and Anish has worked with so many different people, and the fact that you're kind of standing alone against the top players with their budgets. What I'm trying to say is, number one, don't you have a team that will work on your openings while you're doing other things?
I mean, but still, I mean, that's a lot like what you'd say about Nielsen. It's the same thing. I mean, there was an interview a while back where Nielsen was saying that like he does all this prep, and then Magnus half the time doesn't even look at the files. So of course I have people who work for me, but I think also on that note, one thing that has changed a lot in the post-COVID world specifically is that there's so many courses like on Chessable. Like you have Anish giving away all his secrets in the Italian, or Wesley doing it. Now, sure, they might hedge certain things and not give the whole truth, but all this data is out there, and it's not just available for me, it's available for everybody. And I think that's what makes it so difficult as well. Is the fact that you literally have many GMs doing all these different courses. And so that means these 2,500s basically in some ways have access to Anish. I mean, like, it's kind of insane to think about it like that, but it's true. Like if Anish does a course on the Italian, a 2,500 gets Anish's course basically for $49.99 or whatever the amount is. Someone can look at Wesley's course or all these different things, or Adiband's courses, or Hans's course, obviously. Yes, exactly. But the point that I'm saying though is like everybody has access to that. So it's like when you talk about a team, sure, but like Anish Giri is like a perennial top 10 player. I mean, he's a great player, one of the best theoreticians on the planet, and any 2,400 can buy that course. So like, yes, you can have teams, but there's so much more information out there for everybody to have that I don't even think necessarily teams makes all that big of a difference unless you're playing like a world championship specifically. But I do have a couple of people who work for me. But that I will say.
Right. I think Hammer was secretly hoping that you would take him on as a second, but it didn't quite work out. And just to reiterate, like you were saying, the thing about people's jobs, we do like our job here. But yeah, go ahead.
But I mean, like jokes aside, even I mean, like the problem is, I honestly feel like every opening under the sun, there are courses done by GMs who are 2,600 plus. Like no joke, like. On Chessable, I'm pretty sure that in almost every opening now, there's this information out there for everybody to get. And I also think that's why top players don't score as well either, because when everybody has access to this opening information and you can get through the opening up phase of the game so much easier, like that takes away one of the biggest components of the game where generally the top players should be big favorites. Like if you think about me playing as a 2550, the biggest advantage that I should have is my experience in openings. That should be my biggest advantage. And if that advantage is muted or just like sort of doesn't exist, since there's so many different courses out there, so many different ways to acquire information, like that already means like 1/3 of the game where I should be much better is gone. So now I have to be better in the middle game, or I have to be better in the end game. That's just like such a huge part of the game that is gone. The game is it's so hard now. So that's the big downside to the whole pandemic, is now everybody's making courses, trying to make money and all this other stuff. So it's not easy. It's not easy.
It's damn course authors, but yeah, it really has evened the playing field.
Well, I mean, it's like yesterday. I mean, I'm playing Robbie, and I play something that I've never played before. Like I've never really played this Italian. I haven't played it much with A4, maybe a few games. I've never faced Bishop E6, and then I play his random Bishop E3 move, and he's still blitzing like the next 10 moves. And this is a guy who's 25, 21. Like this is not a 2,700 level player. This is someone I'm supposed to beat like 85% of the time. And even then, it's this huge grind, this huge struggle. So, I mean, it's just very, very difficult. And I think obviously I have people who do work for me, but still, at the end of the day, it's not as easy as just reviewing like files on every opening before each game, because that's not realistic to do. I mean, you can't just look at. I mean, Sindarov tried that against me. Like you mentioned, looking at the French, looking at the Caro-Kann, looking at E5, looking at other Sicilians. I mean, you can spend like 8 hours before the game, like Radjabov used to, trying to look at every opening under the sun. But again, if you do that, that still doesn't mean you're going to get an advantage anyway. So it's very tough. Chess is just a very difficult game these days.
Okay, I'm really intrigued. I mean, just to surmise for my head, you're saying the rise in popularity of Chessable and the fact that now top players are offering their insights there is directly contributable to why it's so more difficult now to win games with the black pieces for you?
I mean, I don't want to say like Chessable specifically, but yes, I would say that the number of GMs who are 2,600 plus who are doing courses for Chessable or other sites, like I do think it is pretty much directly attributable to why the top players are not winning as much, because there's just so much more information out there that can be acquired. It can be acquired easily. Like even if you go back to the old days, you go back like 50 years to the Soviet times. Why were the Soviets so good? It's because they were all working together, the best players in the world. They had all the information. The information now is much more democratic, and everyone now has access. You know, it's like I just think back even to like the old days of like Kasparov, like in the 2000s, and generally like the players had a lot of knowledge from playing each other. They would do these postmortems, analyze games, and so that information was like saved between themselves. But now everything is out there for everybody. So I do think that it plays a big role. I also think just the fact that everybody can play like thousands of games on chess.com very easily, that also changes the playing field, because you can test all your openings on anonymous accounts and things like this. And I mean, I think all of that is just leading to, I think, a large reason why you're seeing the deflation in the rating system.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So you're
also...
saying, sorry, you're saying the deflation is part of people becoming better.
Yeah, basically everyone's too good at openings now. There's too much information about the openings out there, and so you can't beat a 2,500. Yeah, I mean, essentially, yes, that is what I'm saying. There's too much information, and now it's available to everybody. So democracy sucks. What can I say?
Yeah, I think it's not only the information with all these courses, but I think also just the engines have become so much better, where they just spit out the right move right away. Whereas back in the day, it would all say 0.00. And you really had to go through with, like, sometimes, like Hammer said, with the team to figure out, like, what exactly is the best move here or the best plan. And now it's just become so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, that also plays a role. But I mean, still, at the end of the day, I feel like if people were having to use the engine on like move 7 or move 8 of an opening instead of move 20, like it's much different. But the problem is everybody's just so well prepared in their opening systems. And I mean, sure, like I would say like maybe 1 out of every 10 games or something, if I'm playing a 25-50, I can surprise them with an opening choice, and on move 10 they'll be thinking. But I feel like, I mean, those other 9 times they're going to be able to get to move 15 without having to think. I really do believe that, especially when they have the white pieces. So I mean, it's very tough. And then you can also try to play like Magnus, so you can take these big risks with like the modern or the Pyrrhic defense or some of these things, but you can also get blown off the board when you do that too. So it's very much sort of a situation where you try to not set yourself on fire, and you hope that you get some chances. But I think like the main reason everyone's just so well prepared. And like even if I look at the World Cup, I played this 25-50 Indian guy. I think Van Catamaran was his name, and I mean, he just defended amazingly well in the first game. So it's just very hard. It's very hard.
Okay. Tomorrow is a rest day, Hikaru. You said you'll be streaming.
Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow I'll be streaming. I think at like whatever 5:30, so it'd be like 10:30 a.m. Eastern, or probably like noon Eastern. Around that time I'll be streaming. Feel like getting back to the regular. I'll be doing that on Twitch. But that's what I'll be doing with my rest day. Otherwise, I'll probably just be sleeping, trying to get some more sleep, because I pretty much haven't gotten any sleep during this tournament. But that's what it is.
And Hikaru, there's 2 things. Magnus, he just won his game. And your good friend Anish seems to be losing against Rudik. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, I mean, it was very funny because, like, I mentioned my game having a copycat game, where like there was an Indian guy, but also Anish's game and Jordan Van Forst's game looked very, very similar. I don't think they had the exact same position, but like it was literally off by like one move. So it looked like those guys were doing like the Dutch tag team opening. But yeah, I mean, Anish is playing Ruud McCarran, right? This guy, I mean, I played him a million times on chess.com. Actually, that's the other thing, that for me, like, it's kind of wild. But when I'm playing here, like, there's so many players I see who, like, I mean, I know the names, but I never really had a face to put to them. And then I see all of them playing this tournament, like Buddy Pranav, of course. There's Amin Ohanian, Ruud McCarran. I'm sure there are like 2 or 3 others as well. Who I played online quite a bit, but it's like I see all these kids who I played online so many games, and then I see them here, and it's like they're not a joke. They're all very, very good players, and Anish, unfortunately, is in bad shape here. And I haven't looked at the game closely, or I didn't look at the game, so obviously I'm following for the last hour. But it looks like Anish probably tried to create some imbalance, get like a knight versus bishop because he needs to win, and he's going to get soundly punished for it. I mean, that's the problem. It's like there's a very fine line with the black pieces between like taking a risk and making it work, or gambling and just getting punished because the house always wins. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, yeah, it just looks like Anish is just getting blown away. And I mean, he's playing a guy who's like 25-40. I mean, like you're playing a guy who's like 230 points lower rated. I mean, you got to beat him. Problem is, like, even if you have that rating advantage, they're not I guess, as weak as the rating would imply. Like 230 points suggests you should win like some huge amount of time. And again, winning with the black piece is very, very difficult. And if you take the gamble and it blows up in your face, I mean, you feel really bad about it. I think, unfortunately for Anish, it's going to blow up in his face today.
Yeah, and I think this guy is also a little bit underrated because I think on chess.com he's peaked at like 3,000. So definitely,
he's good.
Like you said,
he's good.
He's not bad.
He's good. He's good. I played him quite a bit. He's good. He's good.
Yeah, so, well, there you have your answer as to why I'm, held hostage here and why I'm not playing the tournament.
I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that's is annoying. Like, even for me, is like I won Gibraltar, which is an open tournament, I think 5 times, and again, I feel like in like the teens, like 2011, 12, 13, like I always felt like I could win games with the black pieces, but around like 2018, 2019, I suddenly felt like even against like 2450s, 2500s, it became a lot harder. And now it's insanely difficult. Even the game here against Vantika that I won was very, very difficult to win that game. I had to take some very big risks, and I got a little bit lucky to win it. So the rating system, I mean, I don't know what needs to be changed, but it's definitely not functioning the way it should be, based on ELO and how often we should win, because the top players are not winning by the margin that they should be according to the rating system.
Yeah, I think also, like you mentioned a good point in time, right? Like 2018, 2019. I think that's around the time when Chessable came out, but also I think around the time there was really a leap in engine strength, right? The engines really improved around that time. So I guess that probably has to do with that.
That's true. You're right. Actually, I think that's around the time that Alpha Zero changed chess. So that's a very, very good point. That there was a huge leap in terms of how good the engines were, and also a lot of the concepts that Alpha Zero came up with were very new at the time too. So yeah, I mean, it's probably a combination of both those factors. That's actually a good point. I didn't really think about the engine component, but it is true. So it's probably both those things, and it's just like it's hard. It's very hard. Playing against, playing as these lower rated players, where if you don't win, you lose your 3 points, and you're never happy about it, because that's like you then have to win 2 games just to break even. And as a top player, that's never any fun.
And for those of you for people that are wondering, how can they apply to be your second?
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm not really looking. I mean, if I qualify for the candidates, I'll have to revisit everything and figure out what my team will be, because I had a couple people working for me then. So if I qualify for the candidates, I'll figure it out then. I mean, right now though, I mean, mainly I have a couple people I work with, and whenever I can, I look at Anisha's course or Wesley's course. I try to learn from the best. And if they're going to give it to me basically for free, then that's fine. I'm happy. I'm happy to pay my $49.99.
Do you also look at my
get all the
course?
secrets. Your course is on the Nimzo Indian with E4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
Indian,
nobody needs to look at that course because they can literally see the 100 games that Hikaru and Wesley have played and drawn in that line. So I'm not really sure what the purpose of that course is.
What do you mean with the Nimzo with E4?
You mean Queen C2 E4, right?
No, Queen C2 I go D5. You got to get the course now. Come on.
Okay. All right.
Well,
no, I mean,
you get part 2.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll take a look at it. But even that, like, that's the thing is, like, I mean, considering how great of a player you are, it's like for someone who's like 2450 or 2500, the fact that they can buy that course and get all that information, I mean, it's just it's different than at any other time in chess history. It really is. Like, I mean, no joke. I mean, the fact that you, as like a 2650 aspiring 2700 player, is literally giving them that information. Like, you're giving information to these weaker players. You're making life very hard for the top players. You're basically ruining it. I think. I mean, like, Anish and I should complain because it's very.
Shame on you, Benjamin.
Well, Anish has the most courses. Why don't you sue him?
Right. Good.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think at the end of the day, though, that is, it's just like, I mean, it's horrible for the top players, but I would say for chess as a whole, it's really great, though. I mean, like, joking aside, it's really great because the fact that people of all levels can have access and learn and improve at chess is a good thing. Ultimately, it makes life really difficult for the top players. It makes it, I mean, very difficult. So there's a downside, but overall, I mean, on average, I think it's a net positive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you so much for your very extended comments, Hikaru.
Well, I mean, I'll stay for a few more just to take a look at the two games because Gukesh is also losing, right?
Yeah, yes. I opened that one on the screen because I mean, this is the game. Sindarov, Nakamura draw both players, then moving to 4 out of 5. Juma Bayev and Erigaisi also making a draw, both moving to 4 points out of 5, a great score. And then we have Salim Saleh, who is on that same point as well, 3.5 out of 4. But he's not going to win this position with the black pieces against Maksudulu, and Maksudulu is half a point behind Salim. So he cannot move to 4.5 out of 5. So it's all about the game between Narayanan and Gukesh to decide whether there will be one player to take charge in this tournament and have a sole lead before the rest day. And like you said, Hikaru, Gukesh, big trouble.
Well, I mean, again, another kid that I played like 1,000 times online. I don't remember what his account is, but I played him a bunch also. And he's very
Indian
dangerous. Yes, of course, Indian lad. Yes, exactly. I mean, I played him a million times online, and I mean, very, very strong. Again, his rating is 2650, but he's definitely played at 2700 plus online in various Title Tuesdays. So I'm not surprised at all to see him putting the hurting on Gukesh here. But again, like, also I feel like Gukesh, he tried to play something a little bit double edged. He tried to play something that had more play in it, and I mean, it just looks like Narayanan has just punished him from the get go. Like, I thought this F4 idea was really really inspired in the opening. Like, I thought F4 was really, really good. And I think, it's just, I mean, it just feels like it's been a one-way trip. I mean, this is against Gukesh. Like, this is someone who's supposed to be one of the contenders for the world championship in like 5 or 10 years. And I mean, chess is tough. Chess is very, very hard. Very, very hard.
Sorry, 5 or 10 years?
I mean, I feel like Gukesh and Prague, they're like what, 17 and 18 respectively. I feel like they're a couple years away from competing with Magnus. But I think 5 years is within 5 years.
Magnus is not playing world championships though.
Well, okay, but I mean, assuming Magnus is still playing tournaments, I guess is the way I should put it.
I guess you mean like competing for number 1.
competing for number one, or I'm saying like Magnus plays a tournament like this is the World Cup. Like, the Prags and the Gukesh of the world are the people he's going to have to beat to win those tournaments in 5 years. Is what I feel like. I mean, maybe it'll be sooner than that. I mean, you never know. Like with Prags, he's been on a massive run up, but I think it's pretty safe to say that they should be there within 5 years. If they aren't, something's gone terribly wrong. I mean, 3 years maybe also possible, but I feel like definitely five. But five for sure, they'll be up there. And I mean, that's the thing. Like Gukesh is such a good player, and he's just getting blown away by someone who, like on paper at least, is 100 points lower rated than him, and should not be in the same league as he is. But he's just gotten outplayed, I feel like, from the get-go. I mean, it's just amazing. Like King H1, Rook F1, Knight D1. Also a move that doesn't look very obvious, but really, really good move to guard the pawn on E3.
Yeah.
And G4, Queen G2, and then G5. The knight comes in. I mean, it's just like amazing play. I mean, just great play from Narayanan. Great play. And
yeah, it really seems like a tough tournament. Like so many players that are really good, and perhaps the rating doesn't fully reflect their strength. And Hikaru, there's also another game I wanted to point out to you, although I guess it's the game between Yakuboyev and Adiban, where Yakuboyev just unleashed a puzzle rush.
Okay, let's see. Bishop takes G6. Oh, because you've got some G4. Wait, what? Takes King G6?
Yeah.
Queen G8. And you're gonna check the king. Yeah. Oh, brutal.
Well, so after King,
if you go
G6
King
and King H5, what is the move?
Rook D4 should be winning. Rook D4 looks winning. Yeah,
very good.
Rook D4 and Queen G4 mate. Yeah. Yep. Oof, brutal.
Yeah, tough for Adiban. I mean, he's a very friendly guy, and his rating has actually dropped a lot in recent years. I remember him even being 2,700.
Yeah, he was 2,700 very briefly, but I think when I beat him in the Olympiad in Baku, Azerbaijan in I think it was 2016, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was right around 2,700. So yeah, I think, I mean, for him, but I feel like for Adiban at least, like he's never been a solid player. He's somebody who plays a lot of wild openings. He plays creatively, and if you're going to play really creatively like that, generally you're going to get punished by the better players, like it or not, because that's just how chess is these days. I mean, anytime you gamble, you get punished. That's the moral of the story, as we're seeing today from the game. So it's not too shocking the rating's down, but he should be higher rated than 2,550. That seems quite low for him, but now he's the guy who will probably pull off an upset somewhere, even though the rating system says that he's 2,550 and it shouldn't happen.
Right. And Hikaru, I just want to ask you, tomorrow's a rest day. You said you're going to stream for a few hours. Do you have any other plans?
Not really, no. I mean, I went out the day before the tournament started. I just took I was just out, out by the Corniche, which is like the waterfront area, earlier tonight. So I'll probably just mostly relax. Also, it still is quite hot here, so going outside for any sort of extended length of time is not probably advisable, because of course, if you're out in the heat for a long time, you're just going to get really tired, and it'll sap you of energy. So probably just stream a little bit, study for whomever I play. I mean, I'm guessing that it looks like I'll play, assuming that the pairings go the way they do. I assume that means I'm going to have white against Narayanan if he wins this game, because I assume as the highest rated player with colors working with half point less, I should play him. So probably just preparing for Narayanan.
Yeah, that would be an amazing matchup. And I guess it would be a bit of a must-win situation, since you would be half a point ahead of behind him if he manages to complete this game against Gukesh.
Well, you're thinking too much like a professional player, Jan Ludwig. Yeah, I would say, like, if this was 4 or 5 years ago, I would be feeling the exact same way. It's like, I must win this game. I got to win this tournament. Like, but in general, I think this applies to anybody who plays chess, even semi seriously. When you start putting this extra pressure, you feel like you have to win, or you have to do this, you have to do that. I think generally you don't play your best. Like, mentally, you just have problems. And so for me, yeah, I mean, I want to try and win the game, but it's not that big of a deal. If I play well, good things will happen. If I don't play well, bad things will happen. So as long as I play well, nothing else matters. If I play well and he plays just as well and I don't win the game as a draw, so be it. I lose my 2-3 rating points, whatever it might be, and I move along. But I never view situations as like all or none anymore. I really never do. I always view it as like the glass is half full. I think that's the saying, if I'm not mistaken. I don't ever view things with these all or none situations, because I think it's just very it's very bad mentally when you think like that, because the only thing that can happen is you put more pressure on yourself and something goes wrong because of that.
I feel like the way you put it right now, in terms of just focus on if you play well, good things will happen, and if you don't play well, bad things will. That way of thinking, I feel like is very much the sports psychologist kind of mentality, that you should focus on the process rather than the result. And so I guess I wanted to ask you, in addition to like feeling this way, have you worked on kind of your psychological frame of mind with a professional, or is this just you finding your zen?
I mean, there was a brief period, actually around the time that I peaked in 2014, 2015, when I did work with a sports psychologist very briefly. As far as why I can say these things, or it's very easy to say them and actually believe them. I mean, there's one caveat, which is that, of course, I have a job as a content creator, as a streamer. Like, that is my main job. It's how I derive my income. And it's much easier for me to look at everything as the process, because of that. Like, if I was financially dependent on winning these tournaments, like if winning this tournament which has, I guess, a first prize of like 25,000 or 20,000, whatever it might be, that's a huge difference. If the result is determining my financial livelihood, it's going to make a big difference. Because then, like, not beating Narayanan, for example, let's just assume that I play him. It means that if I don't beat him, my chances of winning the tournament go way down. Like, it's going to be very hard to win the tournament. It's 40K. Apparently, I don't. Like I said, I don't follow anything, you guys. I show up and I play a tournament. Someone in chat said it's 40.
Yep.
That is always right, 25. Of course.
Oh, I don't know, but anyway, but the point I'm saying is it's much easier for me to look at it as a process, because like the outcome doesn't determine my livelihood. It really doesn't. So, I mean, I think if everybody could have this attitude, there are a lot of top players who would do better, but they can't have that attitude, because at the end of the day, the results directly impact their financial situation and how much money they're making and how they feel about everything overall. So for me, it's much easier, because it doesn't change anything for me. So I think I've sort of come to this conclusion over time. But I also think that, frankly, even if I think I've believed this for like many years now, I never could actually I could never actually truly believe it. I could never find some way to make it the mindset, because chess was my livelihood. And so the results and the pressure and all these things always did have a huge impact on me, one way or the other. So even if I thought it, I never actually believed it until I finally got a real job as a streamer.
Right. So what you're saying is really interesting to me, because, well, of course, my perspective is very much one of Norway and Norwegian chess and Magnus Carlsen. That's most of the commentary I do is covering Magnus. And Magnus has said, number one, that he will never talk to a sports psychologist, because, and this I believe is a quote, he doesn't want anyone messing with his head. But the other argument you're making about kind of knowing your livelihood and kind of the lack of financial dependency on your result, actually improving your results. Magnus has already made a lot of money in chess. In fact, his net worth in Norway, they publish publicly the taxable net worth of people. And Magnus, this year, it was published that he has a net worth a little bit above, I think, $10 million. So he doesn't have.
No, come on. You're saying his net worth is 10 million?
No, I'm saying,
or is 10 million for this year?
Taxable net worth. So
okay.
I'm saying
income.
No, net worth. So I'm saying the amount of money he has accumulated is 10 million, but there are some. So for instance, if you own stock, that only counts for like 90% of the real net worth, because you get a deduction, because they'd rather have people own stock than, saving up money and not kind of using it in the economy, stuff like that. But I guess now I'm curious to ask you, do you think that was a low number or a high number?
Well, I mean, obviously that's nowhere near the real number, first of all. But you know what I would say, however, this
Well,
is
I
applicable.
sorry, I didn't finish my point. I do, because I think this is a really interesting question. Magnus still, despite having absolutely no need for money in his life, he still quit the world championship, which I think is to some degree a fear of losing, that he wanted to go out on his own terms.
Well, I mean, there are two things that I would say. The first thing is that, I mean, Magnus is in a very different situation from everybody else. It's a situation that, like, not even I can really relate to, because I've never been in that situation. I mean, probably the only people that he could talk to who would understand his position are probably Vishy Anand and Gary Kasparov, because they were also world champions multiple times. So, I mean, that's the first thing. Is Magnus, he's been the world champion many times, so he's been the best. He's proved it on many occasions, and I think for him, or even Gary, I think there is a big fear of losing, because they were undisputedly the best players of their generation. So I think definitely for Magnus, it's very different. But also what I was going to say is, I think for Magnus, there are two things. I think coming from Norway, which, like, I don't want to make this political, but I feel like it's a much better system in general than the United States, where they take care of their citizens much more. I think that money has never been an overarching theme or worry or concern for him. And on top of that, he also was making a lot of money from a relatively young age, due to the great influences of I mean, Espen, I think it was, Espen Agustin, and also his father, Henrik. So I don't think money has ever been an issue for him. So he's been able to, I think, enjoy the process and just play chess and get to the best of his ability without any of these worries. But I would say, for example, I think that if you look at the Grand Chess Tour, I've said this before on stream, but I think it's actually true. The top players are not actually incentivized to try and win games so much as they're incentivized to try and keep their position in the top 10. And the reason I say that is because most of the money that chess players professionally can earn does come from the Grand Chess Tour. And if you're not in the top 10, you don't get invited. So in many cases, I think it's much more beneficial for, say, Wesley and Anish to make a draw than to gamble and risk losing a game. And so I think ultimately you don't actually see the players like trying to play their best chess, because the overriding concern is making sure that you have that stability going forward.
Right. And Hikaru, I wanted to ask you, so do you think you were complaining a little bit about how difficult it is to play these open tournaments? Do you think it's easier to play round robins, where a draw is a very fine result and you don't have to win every single game against players that are a couple hundred points low rated?
No, I mean, it's a dream, obviously, because if you draw a game, you lose like 0.2 or something. I mean, you can draw 4, 5, 6, 10 games. If you win one, then you gain rating points. So of course it's much easier to play the round robins against players at your same rating. I mean, I think it's also, on top of that, chess ultimately is a draw. Something like 65-70% of games are drawn. So the chances of a game ending in a draw are very high to begin with. So yeah, I think for it's much easier to play round robins. I mean, of course it is. And I mean, it's not to say that players don't try to win games against each other. It's just more that if the opportunity doesn't really arise, it's in both players' interest to just be very, very solid. Because at the end of the day, why do you want to throw away guaranteed like $150,000, $200,000 from the Grand Chess Tour for the following season? Whereas if you don't get invited, you lose all that money. Like you play one tournament, you lose like 3-4 games, lose your 20 points. Adios. The money's gone right there. So I think that it's a big part of all the conversations.
Right. And John Ludwig and I had a conversation the other day about how Kamsky feels like the top players, they're in a bubble, and they almost keep their rating artificially inflated by just drawing each other. And he said that if the top players play like 24, 2500s, they would have a very tough time winning games. I don't know if you were part of that discussion, but do you agree with Kamsky, or what are your feelings about his take right there?
Well, I mean, I think that's just the nature of the structure of chess, is that at least as long as I've been in chess, round robin or invitational tournaments have existed for the top players. And that's just, I mean, again, I'm not some historian. I don't know exactly how it originated like that, but that just seems to be the way that it's gone for a long, long time. I think for some players it's better, for other players it's worse. But I think it is true that, like, if we were all playing a lot of open tournaments, we would be very hard pressed to maintain our ratings. Now, does that mean that our ratings are inflated, or does it mean there's something wrong with the rating system? I don't know. But I do think Kamsky ultimately is right that, like, we would lose rating points. We would lose rating points. I mean, here, even if Magnus wins his last like 4 games, I think maybe he breaks even, or maybe he gains 1 point, but that's with him winning every single game to finish off the event. So Yeah, I mean, I think Kamsky's point is true. Whether what the actual reason is, who knows? But I think he's right that it would be a big struggle for all of us.
Okay, yeah, no, you just tell us when you want to go, Hikaru. We're not going to kick you off your own stream, but we are going to talk a bit more about this Gukesh game.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it right now, I mean, I feel like Narayanan should still win. I mean, I guess it's what, 93 knight f5. That must be right. I guess 93 f4 knight f5. And
what if you take an f5 here? Right away, like queen e1, king g2, queen, I guess c4. Huh.
Okay, c4, interesting. I have a feeling Gukesh is somehow going to save this.
F4? Yeah, f4?
Queen f3. Oh, wait, h4 is hanging out. Ah. Yeah, I have a feeling Gukesh is going to save the game now. I just have that feeling.
Yeah, and f4 is pretty obvious. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to... Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't take with the queen. I mean, you hang a3 at the end, but that should be a winning endgame.
You know what I think? I think maybe he miscalculated bishop h7, king h7, and he's seeing the boogeyman. Or maybe he thinks he can just go bishop h7, king h7, knight f6, knight e4, and then push p in the center of the board. I mean, maybe that's what he thinks, but yeah, I don't like it. No, sorry. What I meant is I meant not in this sequence. I meant queen f3 first. Queen f3, f4, queen f3. Queen e1, king g2. Takes, bishop h7, king h7, knight f6, king, I don't know, like g6 or h8, I don't know which one. And maybe he thought that after knight e4, he's just winning here, basically. Like king h8, knight e4, and then d5, g6, d7. I mean, this is what I think he thought. I think he thinks this might be winning. This has to be the reason.
And f4 it looks kind of good. By Gukesh.
Yeah. No, I mean, this has to be the reason he played it, because he thinks there's no risk here, and he can just push the pawns in the center. There's always queen h3 if he needs it. So I think this is probably what he envisioned.
Or do you think he thought that he could just take the pawn here with knight takes f4?
Sorry. Okay, go back.
So f4 has been played. So knight takes f4.
Oh, knight f4.
In case of bishop takes, there's bishop takes h7. So
yeah, but queen g4.
What exactly? I guess queen g4. And black has a pretty dangerous attack.
I mean, maybe this is still good, but I mean, this now it's getting into the realm of where like you could also lose. Like it's getting into that realm of three results because the opposite color bishops, and if one side's attacking, generally they're great chances. So I mean, I don't know. I expect him to go queen f3 though. I'd be very surprised. I mean, having played Narayanan a lot in online blitz, one thing that I would say that all the people who are pretty good at blitz online, one thing they know how to do very well is generally when to simplify, to take the risk out, but they can make a lot of moves quickly whereas their opponent can't. So I'd be very surprised if he doesn't play queen f3 here, honestly. Although maybe bishop f1 is also a move, maybe, but that doesn't look right because of queen e4 and f3, but maybe. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just checked. Yeah, knight takes f4, queen g4, and black is completely fine. I guess he missed or underestimated that one, but yeah, I would have just taken on f5. I would have loved to go into an endgame up a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing he figured opposite color bishops. I mean, opposite color bishops, black is an outside a pawn. I mean, maybe he thought that it's just not possible to win this. But you're right. I mean, there's zero risk here. Like, you can just run the king up even, probably. Like, I mean, maybe you're too slow, though. King. Yeah, and you can go bishop c2 or something. Or bishop d7 even, maybe. Actually, bishop d7 is beautiful here. And yeah, now you have the split pawn, so even the opposite color bishop ending might be winning. Yeah, no, this looks amazing. Yeah, that's actually very strange. Yeah, very, very, very surprising that he didn't do that. So, I mean, who knows what will happen, but it is what it is. So, anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like some players, they really have a bias towards the endgame, but some players have have a bias against the endgame, and maybe he's in the latter category. By the way, in the meantime, Anish is still losing to Rudik.
Yeah. By the way, it's funny. His name is Rudik, right? Because like on his profile, it says Rude. It doesn't say Rudik. It says Rude.
Yeah.
So or Rudd or whatever Rudyard or whatever his name is. So yeah, it's kind of funny. But anyway, no, I mean, I feel for Anish, though, I think this is actually quite serious, isn't it? Because Anish's way to qualify for the candidates is only through the circuit. I thought his chance was through the circuit, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, he still has the Grand Swiss.
No. I know. I mean, I get that, but I'm saying I thought his best chance, because of course the Grand Swiss is just basically a free. You just hope that you get the right pairings and you end up in the top two, but you can't count on. I thought that for the circuit though, he had good chances if he did well here.
In the circuit, he has good chances. He's still Let me.
I thought it was him and Gukesh. I thought he or Gukesh would get it. So like if or
Nakamura
from the circuit.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, but yeah. Well, I mean, that's a whole separate topic because I don't think I could, like, if I finish clear like third in Isle of Man and I were to win this tournament, I still don't think I'd have enough points. I think I'd then have to play another tournament afterwards, and like there's actually no information on the World in Rapid and Blitz still. So like I don't know. Like if they hold it in Kazakhstan, which is what I've heard from some people, 0 chance that I play. If they hold it in Abu Dhabi, 100% chance I play. So I'm not really thinking about the circuit at all right now.
I just had a quick look.
Narayanan took the pawn.
Second. But I just had a quick look. Anish is currently second in the rankings behind Gukesh. But Anish had one very bad event in Dusseldorf where he only got 2 Grand or FIDE circuit points. So he needs one good event. If he gets one good event, he should overtake Gukesh, who is like 3.5 points ahead of him. But Gukesh didn't have one very bad event. You know, it's all been all right. Although he had one Grand Chester event, which was not great. So I think if Anish, like you said, if he plays one good tournament, then he should overtake Gukesh. And like I said, it runs until the end of 2023, right?
Right, but frankly, I mean that's also why the circuit is ridiculous in my opinion, is because then like the fact that the World Rapid and Blitz, which is not a classical tournament, will have potentially like a serious impact on who makes it is just wrong, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think that counts for the circuit, which is just like absurd. It should not count for the circuit, but I think it does if I'm not mistaken. So
it does count, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the whole notion of that is just so beyond ridiculous. It's so beyond ridiculous that you have rapid tournaments counting for the circuit, and I mean I think it's very very poor judgment by FIDE to allow them. Because I mean you're playing the World Rapid and Blitz at the end of the year. The fact that a rapid like I don't even know if it counts one event or 2 events or whatever, how they even count it, but it should not count towards the circuit. It should only be classical chess tournaments.
I think two events, but yeah, it is some because they always make this argument, well, that they don't need a Rapid in the World Championship because there's a separate World Rapid and Blitz Championships, right? And the World Championship is classical, but then the World Rapid and Blitz does count towards classical.
Well, actually, I have an opinion on this. I believe that if you want to do something that like Magnus wants to have more kind of rapid in the World Championship, you don't necessarily need to do that within the classical World Championship as is, but you can rather extend the current World Rapid Championship to be more like the classical cycle and make it a bigger event than just 3 days at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what FIDE is thinking. I mean, if they cared about what Magnus thinks, I mean, obviously they should have done all they could to keep him playing for the title or playing the World Championship match. So I don't really know what they're doing. So yeah, it's all kind of.
Well, to put it like this, Hikaru, would you have liked to see the World Rapid being a bigger thing than just 3 days? Like if there was like a candidates tournament for Rapid and like have a Rapid World Championship be like over several days. I don't know how you would.
I mean that would be nice, except for the fact that you have to find sponsors for an event, because chess players don't play for free. So I mean, that's the biggest issue to trying to do something like that, is what would the qualification be? And then, I mean, finding a sponsor so that you can have a prize fund that's worthy of all the top players playing. I mean, it's very, very difficult. But I think that, you know, maybe it should be more than maybe it should be more than 3 days, but there's no happy answer, because even the Fisher Random right now, I don't even like the format for that. I think it's very, very weird that they have this random online qualifiers, maybe 1 or 2 in person, and then it's just like a select few who are playing. So I don't know. I mean, I would say like maybe I feel like what they do is probably the best you can, really, just a big open so that it's like democratic and anybody can win. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't think FIDE, as someone in chat said, I don't think FIDE even knows what they're doing, honestly. So yeah, it's like who knows.
In the meantime, we've had a couple of more moves. They're now on move 40, which means that when Narayanan now makes his move and Gukesh his response, they will get an additional 30 minutes on the clock, which will give them some time to think about this. Because frankly, the position is way different now compared to what it was, say, just 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Gukesh is very close to saving this game now. I mean, it's a queen and pawn endgame. I mean, I think Magnus would win this every time because Magnus just like he's so good at queen and pawn endgame specifically. But I feel like it's very, very, very difficult for both sides here to play this position. I think Gukesh is probably going to survive now, so he'll probably move to 4 out of 5, which I mean is very, very bad news for Anish for sure. Very, very bad news if Anish loses.
Because then Gukesh, who is Anish's biggest competitor in the FIDE circuit qualifying method for the FIDE candidates tournament, the qualifier to the World Championship, it will leave Gukesh well ahead of Anish. And with these last two moves, they made it to move 40, and now they will get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. Are you staying with us for the rest of the day, Hikaru, or is this
I think I'm gonna go and order some food, eat some dinner. But this game is so tricky because I mean, doesn't Narayanan have to like give up the pawn, like go king g2, queen a2, king g3 takes, and go king g4, and then try to win with the wide peepos? I mean, maybe it's winning, but it looks really. I mean, it also looks double-edged. Like white could lose this too if you're not careful.
Yeah, because black is the outside passer, and yeah, king g2 is a tough move to play here, and just give up the pawn with check to only walk your king up. But I guess you do have the D&H pawns.
Yeah, I mean you have the split pawns as they say, the trousers in Russian. So I mean, their chances. I mean, I think if Narayanan plays king g2, probably he will win this game, just because as I look at the position, I think it's much harder for black to play than white. And with only 30 minutes, I think Gukesh is going to have to use a lot of time, and he'll probably make a blunder in this end game. But whether we'll get king g2 is a whole separate question altogether.
Right.
But yeah, so I think I'm gonna get going. So yeah, I'll probably I'll let you guys take it from here. I'll obviously make a recap for YouTube of my game and Magnus's game, and yeah, just keep up the good work, you guys. So I'll see you soon. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. See you guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah, have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Well, that was Hikaru Nakamura, who didn't have a very long day, but that meant he had way more energy to talk with us after it.
Yeah, and he had a lot to say about his game, although there wasn't too much to it. We felt that maybe had a slight chance, but it was really difficult to make anything happen. And yeah, he shared a lot of thoughts about these open tournaments and how the playing field has really leveled. And to be honest, Jon Ludwig, I kind of feel the same way. And because of that, I also find it more enjoyable to just play round robins.
But you're one of the lower rated players that Hikaru's talking about. That's being like Hikaru's literally saying people like you are trickier now because they're so difficult to beat.
That is true. And like last time I did play Hikaru, I beat him. So I guess there is a lot of truth to what he just said.
Oh, that's a nice little kind of just get that in there, that little comment. Let me just say that last time I played Magnus, no, it's not true anymore. Damn it.
Before the last time.
Yeah, I beat Magnus in 2015, but I lost against him this year. So my humble bragging.
That didn't happen. Last time you remember, you beat him.
I've forgotten all about my losses. Okay, everyone, we're gonna actually stay and watch Narayanan against Gukesh. This is a very important game because the winner of this game, if there is one, will have the lead in the tournament going into the halfway mark. And if there is no winner,
before we go, I just wanted to point out, Chet's pointed out that you basically solved chess. You en passant checkmated Magnus Carlsen. I mean, what more can you ask for?
That I did. I should have retired on the spot.
Okay, but yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was what was I gonna say? I
I think you were gonna take
forgot.
us to a
Now I'm
break.
just remembering with pleasure that I en passant checkmated Magnus, reliving good dreams. It wasn't a dream. I thought it was a dream, but it wasn't.
And then Magnus pinched your arm.
Yeah. Um well, actually, I was going to go to a break, but now I want to tell the story of how throughout the last kind of like 20 years, periodically, I've had nightmares about having to play Magnus at chess.
Really? And
Yeah,
why was it a nightmare and not like a dream, almost like, because it's the almost like the ultimate
because it
challenge in
would
chess.
always be, for some reason, I always had to play two games at once. And one of the games were against Magnus, and I was low on time because for some reason it was a dream. I had to play two games at the same time,
Mhm.
and I lost. And well, I guess what I want to ask next is, do you have like chess dreams?
Occasionally, yeah, like
Are
I
they
don't
like
know. Like
good dreams with you winning, or are they like, oh, you made a huge mistake at the big stage?
I don't know. I often don't remember my dreams, but I like you said, had some sort of something similar that I can remember, that I had a game and somehow I was, or maybe like stuck in traffic or stuck somewhere, and then I came back and something like that, something similar. Yeah,
Yeah, the nightmare of losing a game of chess without even getting to play proper chess moves.
I guess so. Yeah, but yeah, we've lost our therapist Hikaru, who's probably I wonder if he's still watching.
I hope not. We're going to take a break. When we're back, we'll watch whether or not Gukesh can save this game. Gukesh is down upon against Narayanan. But if he manages to save it, then that's, I would say, good news for Hikaru, because then Hikaru is in shared first place. But on the other hand, you could make the argument that it's better for Hikaru if Gukesh loses, because then Gukesh's chance of winning the tournament overall is not going to be very good, and maybe Narayanan will not be able to keep his tournament lead with 4 rounds remaining. Anyway, we're gonna figure all of that out after we take a break.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the Qatar Masters 2023. Jon Ludwig, while we were on a short break, more moves have been played in the game between Narayanan and Gukesh.
Yeah, but they didn't, frankly, spend a lot of time on them. Narayanan with the white pieces, he played one move in 30 seconds, then the next move in 1 second, and then 8 seconds and 30 seconds again. And frankly, the moves he's playing is not being appreciated by the computer. The computer wanted white to try and get the king up the board, simply because in queen endgames, the king safety is rather important. And here in the corner, the king is completely alone, and it would be better to get the king closer to the white pawns for some protection. Instead, Narayanan, moving the queen in, check on black's king. The king moves away, and then pawn to g6, a second question mark move in a row, despite him not taking any of his 30 minutes to think about this. So very surprising play, I think, that Narayanan is not spending time at this very critical junction in the game. Gukesh, he captures the pawn. The queen comes in for a check on the king. King has to step back. Queen comes in, check on the king. King moves back, gets an exclam. And then after queen f5 check, apparently, according to the computer, you needed to go with your king to the g8 square. I'm not sure I understand why. Instead, Gukesh went to g7, which gets a question mark. And then Narayanan spends 2 minutes to go d5, which gets a miss. But now the only saving move for Gukesh is pawn to a5, which, I mean, it's a fairly natural move, but it's not obvious that it's the only saving grace. Maybe it is, actually.
Yeah, I guess if you're Gukesh here, you just think, like, I guess the first move you look at is queen c1 check, but I guess white moves the king up. You could go queen b2, move white's king up, although you can also go queen f2, but the point I'm making is you want to force the king up to the 3rd rank and then take with a check, but I don't know if you necessarily achieve that much, but it takes more time. And I guess with a5, you set that pawn in motion right away, and you keep your queen on c4 more centralized. So it does make a lot of sense to move a5.
Okay, initially computer said that after pawn to a5, this was okay for black, but now having thought about it, it suddenly says it's not okay. Queen to e5. So I guess white is trying to get a new queen here in the center, but if you move the pawn forward immediately, then the black queen can find a place where it can both check the white king and attack the white pawn. So you want to first give a check with the queen so that the queen is protecting the next square for the pawn. And then, well, Gukesh, obviously, he's going to try to get a new queen as well. And then check with the queen, the computer says, giving up the pawn on the side of the board, but you then enable another one of those points where you need to control the next square for your pawn. So this makes some sense, although I don't think it's very obvious. You can see the eval bar going up and down, clearly indicating how tremendously difficult this position is to correctly both assess and play the right moves. Do you think Narayanan... So the white player has made a lot of quick moves, which the computer haven't really liked, but he still has quite a promising position. Do you think he's using the clock as a weapon on purpose and kind of like saying, well, this is a queen endgame. It's difficult for both parties. We're both going to make mistakes. But if I play quickly, I will have so much more time for when like the most crucial moment of the game arrives, when the pawns are very close to becoming queens.
I think that could be the case. And like you said, the position is just very difficult to navigate. So I guess Narayanan just believes that these are the best moves. The computer, however, disagrees. But it's so difficult to navigate what exactly is going on. But yeah, there have been multiple moments where I thought, maybe he should spend a little bit more time. And he ended up making mistakes in those situations. And but yeah, one thing I want to point out is that it's very easy to get in a second time trouble. As you have those 30 minutes on the clock, it feels like all of the time in the world, but then all of a sudden it has evaporated very quickly, and then you're stuck with the time you have.
Okay. So Gukesh down to 15 minutes, trying to figure out the path to survival, if there is one. Going back to this point we made before going to the break, Benjamin, do you think, purely from we're primarily a Hikaru stream, so purely from Hikaru's perspective, or rather not Hikaru's perspective, but the perspective of a Hikaru fan, do you think it's better for that Gukesh loses, since he's one of the highest rated players in the field, but then having Hikaru be half a point behind the leader? Or do you think it's better that this game ends in a draw when Hikaru is on the same amount of points as the guys leading the tournament?
I guess it would just depend on what Hikaru's sixth round pairing would be, right? If Narayanan wins this game, it's pretty much set in stone that Hikaru is going to play him, as Narayanan will be the only player on 4.5 out of 5, and Hikaru will be the highest rated player on 4 points. Let's say this game ends in a draw. I actually have no idea who he will play. So it depends on whether you consider Hikaru with white against Narayanan a good pairing, and I would think you do. So I think it shouldn't matter too much. I think any result, as long as Gukesh doesn't win, is fine for Hikaru. But what do you think?
Well, I don't think Gukesh is winning.
I know, but
that's fair to say. So it's already good news, is what you're saying, for Hikaru.
Yes.
And well, I guess I believe that Narayanan winning would be to Hikaru's favor, because I believe I don't think Narayanan is strong enough to hold his nerve, having that half-point lead with 4 rounds left. 4 rounds is such a long time. So many things can happen. I think it would be better for Hikaru that a player like Gukesh, a player who is capable of suddenly winning, 3 games in a row, which I don't think Narayanan is. I think it's better to kind of, take out the bigger threats, even if that means Hikaru won't be on the same amount of points as the leader.
And we have to move a5 on the board by Gukesh. So let's see how this game is going to proceed. Ludwig, I also wanted to point out that Anish, I think he's just going to lose this game, if we can switch our attention back to that one. We left off a couple of moves ago. Yeah, right here. After queen takes c5, he's just down a pawn here. He played the move queen to a6. Then they repeated the position once with queen c6, queen a7. And after queen a6, Rudik eventually played the move bishop to h3. A nice move, activating the bishop, which now also can support the d-pawn. Knight f4 by Anish. Bishop f5, g6. And here, a very nice move by Rudik. He played the move d6, because if you take the bishop on f5, we can just recapture with our queen, and we have a double attack on the knight and the f6 pawn. And if you drop f6, your king is going to get under a lot of fire. So Anish played queen a8, but now another nice move, queen d4. And I think it's just lost. Rook g7 was played, but why can we not just take on g7? The point is, if you take the bishop, we can take on h6 with check. The king has to step over to g8. And then we take the knight. And we're up quite a few pawns.
Yeah. Looks good. I'll buy this.
Yeah, I'll have this, against Anisha every day of the week. Like, no, of course, this is a dream scenario for Rudik.
He had a double brilliant back to back brilliant.
Yeah, although sometimes Chess.com is very generous, right? I mean, Hikaru made moves that were not too difficult, right? I mean, those were the only moves, and I guess because of that, they were given exclamation marks. But yeah, sometimes the system is a little bit generous in giving these exclams, and sometimes it's pretty harsh with giving the question marks.
Generous or not, the moves made by Makarian is gonna be enough to win this game, and that means Magnus lost the game. We're having Dukesh potentially losing a game, and Anish about to lose. All of the top ranked players other than Hikaru is losing at least one game so far.
Yeah, it's a tough tournament. Again, like Hikaru, seems like he's playing a good tournament, but he's only breaking even. He's not gaining any points. So it's a super tough field, and we see that here for Anish. It seems like he's gonna lose, and if he does, I think he's gonna be down. Let me check real quick. If Anish loses this game, he's gonna be down 10 points in rating. That's not a good start.
Definitely not. So in other news, on some of the other boards still going on, Parham Magsudoglu, the Iranian grandmaster, he has no pawns protecting his king. Now, normally I would say that's going to be a big issue, but what he does have is this guy on the opposite side of the board making its way forward. And this pawn about to become a new queen. Black can try and prevent it by using their queen together with a rook to point towards the queening square. But the problem is, after rook d5, attacking the queen can try to block white's pawn, but now simply trading off and going rook to b5. The rook is headed for the b8 square, where it will attack the rook. The rook cannot capture the pawn because this guy, who's been kind of tucked away the entire game, is playing a very important role protecting the pawn. And if the bishop tries to take the b8 square under control, preventing the white rook from joining up there, well, then the white rook is actually just going to capture the bishop. So it's looking really, really good for Magsudoglu. And that's, well, I'm not sure I would call it good news, but it means that as long as Salem doesn't win, he's not going to be able to be to be on 4.5 points out of 5, which would be the lead in the tournament. So Magsudoglu making sure that Hikaru's, whether or not Hikaru will be number 1 in this tournament after this round, will now entirely depend on this queen endgame we have been spending a lot of time looking at. And queen e5 by Narayanan, that was the recommended move. The idea being that if you push your pawn forward, trying to become a new queen immediately, the black queen will be able to both attack the king and attack the pawn at the same time, and the pawn is undefended. So by moving the queen in to give a check, the king will have to move, and then you push the pawn, since now the queen helps the pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to support that pawn, pushing forward. So queen e5, very nice move by Narayanan. And then, as you pointed out later, with the pawn on d6, eventually you're going to go queen f5 and only then d7 to make sure that the pawn is still protected. And yeah, let's not forget, he still has that h-pawn that he can also use at the right moment. And Gukesh therefore plays the move king to h6. It's still so close between a win and a draw.
So Gukesh moving his king closer to the white pawn, which means that white pawn is probably getting eliminated. It's going to be very difficult for Narayanan to keep that pawn protected long term with the king so close. However, he doesn't care because he's all about the pawn in the center. That pawn now 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. And the tricky part of these queen end games is that you always have to consider what happens if my opponent suddenly just starts giving tons of checks in towards my king. And then look at this, the king can just make its way up the board, and with the queen continuing the checks, the king manages somehow to maneuver itself kind of in front of the queen and closer to this pawn trying to become a new queen. And it turns out the king will manage to hide in behind these 2 white pieces.
Exactly. And also at some point with the king on h6, white can give a counter check. So for example, if queen h4, if we go down that variation after queen c4, white can also play the move queen e6, blocking the check, but giving a check themselves, and therefore forcing the trade of queens, and the d-pawn is just going to promote. So Gukesh is going to put up a stiffer defense, I'm pretty sure. And by the way, we already have more moves. So queen e5 check was played, king h6, and after d6 by Narayanan, b4 was played by Gukesh. So it feels like white might be winning here, but it's not easy at all.
I guess we start by just capturing this pawn, just to get it done.
I would intuitively do that as well, but I don't know if that's actually... Like, I wonder if there's a difference one way or another.
I wouldn't think so. So takes, and then check, gives up the pawn. But the idea is that we needed to get our queen to a square where it controls the next square for the white pawn. If we push the pawn immediately, then the queen will have this double attack against the king and against the pawn. And we don't want to go queen e7, even though that would help in controlling the squares needed to get the pawn forward. That would also allow the black queen to just, not like that, to trap the king along the edge of the board. We need to have our queen very centralized in order to protect our own king. And so the only way we can control this square while keeping our pawn protected in the meantime is by giving away the pawn on h5, because then we give another check and then we can move the pawn forward. And here we've successfully managed to keep the queen centralized to protect our own king, but also have the pawn 1 step closer to becoming a new queen. But wow, pawn takes pawn was played, and it gets a double question mark.
Yeah, according to the computer, it's a blunder. Maybe this is throwing away the win. But the line we have been showing does look quite promising for white, right? So, I mean, I assume Gukesh is going to have to take with the a-pawn. It doesn't.
Yeah, but what was it he could have done instead that was so brilliant?
I don't know. It looks maybe.
Why is it important to keep the pawns? Because I feel like, well, if we keep the pawns, it just increases the likelihood of black capturing the white pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Check.
I don't know. To me, it looks logical to trade. Let me see.
Check. So this is the line the computer is giving.
Mm-hmm.
But why is this so much like? Why can't we do this after having traded the pawns? Why is it important to keep these two guys on the board?
Oh, here's why. So after queen e3 check, black's best defense is probably to step the king back, let's say to h7. And then you go queen a7 check, the king moves to h6, and then you go d7. And I guess there might be variations where you can capture the a pawn.
With what? The king?
I guess with the queen, maybe if the king steps to h5, then you can take there with check, something like that.
Yeah, but now, I mean, you cannot put your queen out here on the edge, because then you're going to let the opponent give a gazillion checks.
Yeah, like to a human, this is almost impossible to find. I'm not surprised at all that Narayanan did not go for it, but yeah, it's the compute. Yeah, apparently the computer thinks this is the way to go, but it's
Okay,
almost impossible.
I'm just
to
going
find,
to input computer moves to try and figure out why why this matters.
Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, Gukesh has recaptured. But yeah, let's. I still don't understand the point. Why then?
Oh my god! Oh my god! You know what it is? It's because these pawns are blocking the checks.
That is insane.
I'm not sure that's it might be the point. Like the fact that there are more pawns here makes it more difficult for the queen to give checks from far away.
So does it, so let's say we go down that same variation, right? So pawn takes b4 has been played. Let's say we go queen e3 check right now. So if you take on h5, I think that is losing. As you go queen h3, the king steps to the g file, and then you go d7. And I feel like white should always have a counter check on the g file. This should be winning one way or another, I would assume. So I think taking the pawn on h5 is not a good idea for black. Therefore, black should probably go king h7.
I still don't get this. Like, what if like queen d4?
Queen e6, I believe. And then
king
queen
up.
e8.
Queen e8.
Yes. I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. So I guess king h7 is the best try. And apparently here we go queen a7, king h6, and d7. Again, like for a human, it's very difficult to put your queen so far away because, I mean, you can calculate moves, but to calculate like 20 moves ahead and figure out like, oh, there's no checks, to me, it seems almost impossible. But
wait, so now the computer is saying this is winning anyway?
Yes.
So it changed its mind.
I know it
said it was a big blunder played by Narayanan, but actually it was okay.
Apparently, yes.
And that kind of showcases how difficult these queen endgames are, right? That you have to calculate so many moves ahead that even the computer's horizon effect comes into play.
Right. But I guess here's the thing. Like, if you run the king up the board and you get to, let's say, c8, it should be hiding from all of the checks there. And I don't see exactly how black stops the king from running up. Or
so one way or another, you're saying the king will gradually kind of escape the checks?
I think so, yeah. And once we get to c8 or b8, I think we're safely hiding. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it, yeah.
Yeah, getting to the c8 square is the key, because then there cannot be checks from the side without allowing the pawn to become a queen. And if there's checks from here, check. Somehow the checks will stop. I'm just not sure how. Ooh, here's a good example, actually.
Yeah.
So here you managed to get out of the checks because of the black pawn. Without the black pawn, the checks could continue, but the black pawn is actually standing in the way of the queen.
Yeah, but I mean, I think queen e3 check is very difficult to find. I think queen f6 and queen f5 is more intuitive, so to speak. As you keep your queen very close to your king, you also stop a first check on f1. So what do you think are the odds of Narayanan finding queen e3?
Oh, very, very low. But what if this is winning too?
And queen f6 is on the board. You're right. It was too difficult. And now Gukesh can escape with queen takes h5. Anish said that you have to check Gukesh's result after the game.
Yeah, but you think Gukesh is going to be able to save this position?
Yes.
I mean, computer's saying equal, but like this pawn is one step away from becoming a new queen.
Right. So let's see, what is the move here? So you have you're gonna have to stop white somehow from promoting.
Okay, let's just yeah. So queen to f6 was played. Apparently, it's a blunder. I thought it was by far the most logical move because we're forcing the king to a square where we can give a check and have our queen centralized while also controlling the next square in the path of the white pawn. And now Gukesh is thinking, the guy only has 9 minutes left. And the computer's saying you have to take the pawn.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he doesn't take, because if you go king h7, you pretty much get the same situation as white goes queen f5 and d7, but you do have that extra h-pawn, which for sure will be useful.
So you might as well get rid of the pawn now, seeing as how you can't prevent the queen from getting to its desired placement, keeping the pawn protected. So why are you thinking, Mr. Gukesh?
Yeah, he's got to move. He's got to move and keep time on the clock. So let's see if well, I don't think king h7 can be a serious consideration. I think eventually he will take. I guess he's just calculating the lines.
You think he's having a bathroom break?
No, I don't think so. I guess he's just calculating. No, he's probably just at the board.
But you just said king h7 cannot be a serious... Okay, never mind. Okay, he takes the pawn. And now queen f5 will be played.
And there it is. And I assume you go to h6, because with the king on h6, there are less checks. And with king h4, I feel like then also white has the option potentially to go like queen h7 and g8 to support a pawn at d8. So let's see if Gukesh... I mean, I think...
Yeah, I mean, just an argument in itself is that if you go to this h4 square, there's a chance the pawn becomes a queen while giving a check.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's also to white's favor. Okay, so Gukesh thinking again. We think that king h4 is not really a serious option, so I expect king h6, but you never know.
And then d7. And now computer's saying white is winning.
Now it's saying white is winning.
Well, earlier we had the same position and it said it was a draw. Like the computer cannot make up its mind. And for a human... The
computer cannot be trusted.
But for a human, this is impossible, right?
It's extremely difficult to see what's going on. I mean, after d7, black has some checks, like c1 to d2.
Some is an understatement.
A lot. Okay, so let's have a look. So queen c1 check here. Let's say we go king g2, queen d2. I guess we go king f3, queen c3, queen e1, yeah, king e4. And I guess the same thing. We just walk the king up and eventually we walk out. E6. and already the checks have ended. But even if, hypothetically, there was a check on e3, there would always be a counter check on, let's say, e6. So let's say go queen b6, right? King up, and queen e3, there's queen e6. And again, the counter check wins white the game. Now, Gukesh has to be careful here. He still has time, but with 6 minutes and ticking down, this is still a very difficult endgame to defend. So he needs to keep time on the clock to even hold, because let's say the position is a draw, right? He still needs time to prove it and to make the right moves.
I mean, I'm saying he's losing no matter what, because even if the position is a draw objectively, he just doesn't have the time to figure it out. White's position is so much easier to play. And you can kind of showcase that by Narayanen's time management the last couple of moves. Narayanen has played so many moves that's gotten question marks and being criticized by the computer. But the fact of the matter is that as long as he's playing rather quickly, he's putting so much pressure on Gukesh, and he still has a very straightforward plan, which is why he's able to play so quick.
Exactly. And Gukesh is still thinking, he's deep in thought.
Oh, use table base, chess.com, table base.
Oh,
I didn't even know that was a thing. Thank you,
it's
chat.
Saying, so apparently it's a draw, which, makes sense. So let's see. So king h6. Okay, so we go d7. All right. And according to the table base, the only move that draws is queen c6 check. So let's
but that's not, according to the computer, the best move is queen to h4. So like,
oh,
wow. Okay, we should tell people what table base is.
Okay, go ahead.
So table base is, it's like a database of solved chess positions. And every chess position with, is it seven pieces left on the board? So like 2 kings, 2 queens. We could even have one more pawn here, and it would be in one of the solved positions. And when I say solved, it's meaning like they studied every possible move and figured out all the solutions. So it's basically, it's the answer to chess. But I think they completed 7 piece table bases, but now when they're trying to do 8, like the number of positions that need to be examined just by adding one more piece to the board is just astronomical. So it's like, I heard that, well, I don't really have, I heard that the database that is required for these 7 piece solves is like, okay, I don't remember what it was, like 20 terabyte. Is that a thing? I don't even know what terabyte is.
Blundered in the meantime. He went queen h4, and apparently now after king g2, white is winning. So what does he do now? Queen f8 is a threat. I think you're going to have to stop that with either like queen e7 or queen to d8. But then white can give some checks and maybe get their queen to the right square. He was so close to holding it.
I don't think it's that easy, actually. So after queen e7, I assume that we go queen d5.
Yes.
Because we're trying to get the pawn in to become a new queen, and we're forcing the black queen to move to the suboptimal positioning.
So queen d8.
And now
we give it check.
Table base says queen e6 is winning.
Okay, so you have to go to, I guess, g7 or h7, because you cannot go to h5, then queen e8 is a check. And if you go to g5, white also goes queen e8, and you don't even have queen g5 check. So let's say king g7, and here apparently the only winning move is king to h3. Oh my god, look at this. King f8, king g4, b3, king f5, b2.
I'm not following. I'm not following.
Oh, sorry. King h3, king f8. Look at this. King f8, king g4, b3, king f5, b2, queen f6.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and your queen with mate.
Trade the queens, allow black to get a new queen, and then it's checkmate.
That is insane. That is insane. But I don't know. That's not easy at all. I think, however, you could, even though it's very difficult, it might be findable. Because I was looking, can I walk the king up to go king f5 and king g6? But then black queen's just in time with check.
Yeah, but like, so, okay, so check, king moves back.
Mm-hmm.
What if king f3? What's the difference? Why did you have to go king f8? Ah, so the point of king h3 is that you make sure that the black queen has no checks on the king. If you go king f3, then white cannot try to trade the queens because the queen gets out with a check on the king. Whereas if you go king h3, black has to spend a move going king f8, because if you just rush the pawn forward, white will offer the trade of queens, the queen moves away, but because the queen moves away without giving check on the king, white is able to get another queen.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's
and
see.
also, I mean, it's not obvious that this was a draw, a win, but you managed to, the queen cannot give lots of checks in towards the king on the edge, because this queen will actually step in the way.
Exactly. Yeah, usually when you have two queens, there will be a way, like usually one of the queens can block, right? And you should, it's very rare that there is a perpetual. We have queen d8 by Kukesh. So let's see, is Narayanan gonna find queen e6? By the way, you can also go king h3 right here. And then you threaten to go queen e6 and queen e8. What is black even doing there, I wonder? Queen e6 has been played, by the way. But yeah.
King g7, then queen e6 is the only winning move.
Wow. Okay, so queen e6 on the board. Let's see where Gukesh is going to go. He can go to g7 or to h7. All the other moves lose on the spot.
Well, h7 loses instantly, no? h7, then king h3, and you cannot stop queen e8.
Yeah, I guess again, king h3, yeah, just wins. So king g7 on the board. Now, is Narayanan going to find king h3? I think it is findable, as it's very difficult to check the king on h3.
No, this move is findable, for sure.
Yeah. And I think that the sequence after king f8 is findable, as black is completely stuck on the back rank with the queen on d8.
Yeah, no, this is findable.
It's just incredible that you queen at the same time, but white queens with mate. That's rough. Because
it's findable simply because you don't have any choice.
Yeah,
it's kind of unlucky for Gukesh, but Narayanan doesn't really have any alternatives. Like, he's gonna go here because that's his only hope of like making a trap to get queen to e8 next with the king tucked away and safe. And then after king f8, you're going to be like, oh, darn, he prevented my plan. Now it's going to be a draw. Well, I want to keep my queen where it is because my queen is restricting the black king. So if I move my queen anywhere, the king is just going to come in closer. So I'm definitely not moving my queen. Well, then it's only the king left. Where am I going to move the king? Well, I'm not going to improve my position by going backwards. I'll have to go forwards.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I mean, the only thing, like, he could do, like, king h5. That could be a potential mistake. No, because you're not going to do that, because then you're losing.
Yeah, like, that was the first thing I was looking at. Can I walk the king to g6 and then go from it? But indeed, b1 comes with check. So I think there's a good chance he will just stumble into the variation.
Well, he can't move the queen, so he might as well move the king.
Right, and I guess also in this position, it's too obvious that queen e8, queen g5 is a perpetual, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on. Yeah, no, that's not obvious. No.
It's not obvious that is a perpetual, but he has avoided bunch of checks before, so I'd be surprised if now he allows all of the checks from black. By the way, in the meantime, Anish has lost his game, but let's stay focused on this one. I will just, tell you guys some results. So Magnus won, Hikaru drew, Narayanan looks to be winning, Juma Bayev and Origin made a draw, Marsulu is about to beat Salem, Anish lost, Nodurbek Abdusatorov won, Yakuboyev won, Kartikian is about to win, and those are some of the results at the top boards. In the meantime, Narayanan's still thinking about the move King H3.
So I think this is, I think we're saying this is the moment. If he finds King H3, he wins the game.
Yeah, and I think you do, because what else?
Well, you made a really good point, that Queen E8.
Yeah, but there's so many checks, and I don't see how you're ever hiding.
Because we didn't really understand how the king was ever hiding in that other situation, and it still managed to do so.
Well, there the king could hide a c8, but even now if the king gets the c8, you keep checking with like queen c6 and queen b6. So I just don't see a safe place for the king to go to. So I think king h3 is very much findable, and I guess he just has to calculate those.
And it's funny, there are some variations here where white even loses. If you try to escape in the wrong way, then boom, checkmate.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see. People are saying in the chat that Eric Rosen won, which is great to see. I don't see his. Oh, by the way, Ostrovsky is playing, who's on 1 point. I don't see Eric Rosen just yet, but happy for him that he Eric Rosen won. Okay, very nice for him. Eric Rosen beat an IM who's rated 2470. So Eric's playing a good event.
He found it! He found it!
Wow. King H3. This one is certainly deserving of an exclam.
I'll say. Maybe even 2.
Right. Okay, and now what does Gukesh do? How does
he has to go King F8. Like, there's no choice, right?
I think so, yeah. B3, Queen E8 is just game over. There are no checks. White's gonna get a new queen. And I think it's pretty clear as you... Oh, but that's so nasty that the king can only go to H5, but it works because there's Queen G5 to block. And I mean, but the line King F8, King G4, I think it's quite straightforward as black is completely stuck, right? B3, King F5. There's one check on A5, but you just go King G6 and it's over because there's no more checks. So you have to push, but then B2, Queen F6, it's just over right away. I think Gukesh is going to lose here.
Such a beautiful, beautiful finish. People were criticizing me for not choosing a rook for the checkmate. But, I mean, in this queen endgame was so exquisite, the queen deserves to have the final word. I don't want to mix a rook into our beautiful queen endgame.
Exactly. Yeah, and Hikaru in the chat, he says, King H3 like a boss. Very nice find by Narayanan. So I guess Hikaru might already start preparing a little bit for his opponent. Although there's a rest day tomorrow, so no need at all. There's a lot of time. But yeah, I don't know what Gukesh is even going to try here to try and save the game.
Yeah, no, it's kind of method of elimination.
Yeah.
Narayanan is going to find it now simply because he has no other choice. He's threatening queen to E8, so black has to respond to that threat by moving the king back. And then you're not going to move your queen because, well, if you move the queen to the side, you allow the king to kind of get closer to the pawn. So you're not going to move the queen. The queen is perfectly placed. You cannot move the pawn. You have to move the king. You're not going to move the king back. You're going to try and move forward. And there's 2 forward moves, one of which is illegal. So you're definitely going to play king g4. Ooh, here's a move, maybe queen e7.
I was thinking about that one, but I guess queen f5, and queen g5 wins.
Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Queen f5, check on the king. Another check on the king. It looks like you're just going back and forth, but in fact, through the black queen, the white queen has control of the d8 square to give that check. And instead,
Gukesh
wow,
has played b3, queen e8, and queen f6, but now you just queen. And same thing, like it's the only move for white. And the win is sort of presented almost to Narayanan as he has no other options.
yeah. And I do find it fascinating how this king is completely on its own on the edge of the board, but it's fine. It's fine. The queen's not even centralized, but still active enough to rescue the king at the buzzer.
Exactly. Yeah. So black still has quite a few checks. I mean, obviously, queen f3, f4, f5 does not work as we have queen g5. And you can check from behind a little bit with like that. But I assume that eventually, like king f5, king e6, or king e5, king d6, and you start running out of checks quite quickly here. You're like, yeah, king c7, queen c6. And already after queen a6, there's queen b6 to block. And here king b7. It's just the end of the game.
Somehow the king will find. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 queens are pretty good at blocking checks.
And Gukesh down to just 30 seconds. So we're going to have the end of this game coming in very quickly. Because Narayanan, well, he doesn't have any choice. Like, he's going to play quickly because he only has one acceptable move all the way. And Gukesh is going to play quickly because he doesn't have more time.
Yeah. And yeah, let's see what he's going to do. Queen f3 on the board. King h4, of course, by Narayanan. So let's see what he will even try to keep the game going. But again, I don't see it. I think it's just completely over.
Big moment. Big moment. And he's going to take the lead in the tournament here with this win, and deservedly so. And I maintain what I said. I think in terms of Hikaru winning this tournament, which as a commentator, it may not be Hikaru's focus, but that's why we're commentating and not him. We're allowed to be a bit tabloid about how we talk about the event and address the fan perspective. I think this is going to be good for Hikaru's chances. I do think Gukesh was the more dangerous opponent overall, and it's confirmed. Gukesh resigns. He realizes that the white king will be able to escape the checks, and gets the full point here, Narayanan.
Yeah, so very nice win for Narayanan. He's having a great event so far. He's in the sole lead with 4.5 out of 5. And let me check. He's already gaining 15 points. Wow, that's a pretty nice chunk of rating. And I guess it's already set in stone that Hikaru is going to play him after the rest day with the white pieces.
Yeah, MacGruber in chat says Indian juniors are next level, but correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, we're pronouncing his name differently. Do you know how it's pronounced, or are you just guessing? Because I'm definitely just guessing.
Isn't it just Narayanan? And by the way, he's not a junior. I think he's 24 years old.
Narayanan I guess is what I'm saying.
Narayanan. You do one an too much at the end. It's Narayanan, right?
Oh, maybe I am.
Just say SL.
I thought that these Tamil names couldn't have enough.
Exactly. No, but he's playing a great event, and yeah. I
But
think at this
yeah,
point
my
it's
point
already
was he's not a
certain.
junior, right?
Yeah, he's 24 years old, if I'm not mistaken, or 25, I guess, even at this point in time. And it's, I think, pretty certain that Hikaru is going to play him after the rest day with white pieces.
Book is pronouncing it right. Okay. Well done, Book. Shame on me. I was heavily criticized. Do you remember the World Rapid Championship where Abdusatorov won?
Yes.
This kid just came out of nowhere, and I had no idea how to pronounce his name, and I completely butchered it time after time. But now Abdusatorov, it's just you have to be world champion for me to bother learning how to pronounce your name. It's poor guys, but that's the name of the game.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, you need to win a big title, and now everyone knows his name. So yeah, so we had an exciting day of chess behind us. Just to wrap up some of the results, Magnus won his game. Hikaru made a draw. SL, let's just call him SL. SL wins his game and moves to the lead with 4.5 out of 5. Then we had a draw. And again, yeah, I'm curious to see how Hikaru is going to approach that game against Narayan. And I think, like you said, if he wants to win the tournament, I mean, saying it's a must-win game is a bit much, but it would certainly go very far for his chances.
Yeah, that game will be brought to you on Tuesday. Tomorrow is a rest day. Any closing words before we call it?
No, yeah, like I said, it was a great day of chess. It was a lot of fun, again, covering all with you, John Ludwig. And I just look forward to seeing all of the fans again on Tuesday. So, yeah, I'll leave the final words up to you.
Okay, I have nothing more to say. Congratulations, Narayanan, who has the lead in the tournament. But the punishment he faces is that he's going to have to face off with Hikaru, probably. We don't know, but we think so. In the next round. Next round, Tuesday, tomorrow, Monday, is a rest day. Hikaru will be streaming. And that's it from us. Goodbye, everyone.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.